Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario.
For life. For life.
Hello, Mario.
Long Boy Club, don't you dare be sour. Clap for your world famous 5-time champ and feel the power.
Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario.
You can see how the sausage is made. Fuck! Oh my fucking god! Ah! You can see how the sausage is made. You can see the production value, but then you see how the sausage is made. Oh my god! Ah! Do I even have my mask on? We're about to see. We're about to see, chat. We're about to see, chat. What? No, I don't! Of course I don't! Holy fucking shit! Chat. Hello! Hi everyone. Yum Yum Scuff Zone. Welcome to Saturday Night Scuff. Welcome to Saturday Night
Hello,
Scuff
Mario.
Down. Chat. I am the president of the Long Boy Club. I'm Giraffe, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. The beast is back, baby. The king
Hello,
is
Mario.
back, baby. And as you can see, we got the new digs right here, everyone. We got those new digs.
Father, we have returned.
We have, in fact, returned,
Hello, Mario.
homunculus. Right now, the music's a little loud. Shay J with the Long Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my friend. I'm just gonna need to reintroduce myself, I guess. Holy shit. We need to make more of these. Oh, and these still skip. Great. Everything is scuffed. Everything is scuffed.
Come on, let's go,
Ah!
hurry.
You didn't hit anything.
Oh, you missed. Or maybe you didn't. You owe me $10 either way.
Holy fucking shit, chat. Wow, I've been crying myself to sleep every night since he went on hiatus, and I can finally stop. Holy shit. Well, you know what? Ain't no better time to stop than right now, because yes, ladies and gentlemen, everyone in between, we are back in the saddle. Again, my name's GIRAFFE Stev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we're back in the saddle. I'm the same as ever. Well, not necessarily. I'm the same in terms I'm still the Long Boy, I'm still the large enjoyer, I'm still the president of the Long Boy Club, but as you can see, things are a little different than they were before. As you can see, chat, we got new digs. Right behind me, as you can see, we have an all new overlays created by none other than Alex. Created by none other than my friend Alex, who you can find down below. I believe I have them linked down below in the credits section of the stream. In the credits section of the stream panels. She did an excellent job with sorry. They go by he, they pronouns. They did a fantastic job with this. As you can see, we have brand new chatting screen. I am at ringside. I'm live from ringside, everyone. I have a big old commentary desk. I got chairs here for whenever I have collabs. Behind me is members of the Long Boy Club. A couple of them are obscured by chat. I'm gonna have to move that. Hold on just a second, actually. You know what? We're gonna do a little bit more scuff here. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the chat box here. And we're just gonna take it, we're gonna shrink it down a little bit. Put it right down here so that way you can see everyone. That way you can see everybody, chat, because there's a lot of people here. There's a lot of fucking people here. If you see yourself, shout yourself out. Because, genuinely, like, people sent in, like, their PNGs to be put in the background here of the chatting screen. We have some we have Long Boy Club regulars, we have friends, we have newbies as well. Fun thing here, right behind me is my friend Drac, to my left is Pod, we got Shay, Fizz, Joe as well, we got BitGamer, we got Featherfoot, who has some fun little functionality there. We got Cosmic Glimmer. We got a lot of people here. Oh, and also we have Tina behind my head, along with Doomslayer, Derps, and Keebs. You're right there. And right behind you. Oh, damn, I didn't submit mine in time. LOL. It's all good. We got quite a few people behind here. This was an incredible addition by Alex. They literally messaged me being like, so, hey, I think it would be cool to have, people that are in your server, or, you know, viewers, be in the background here. That way we can personalize it and make it kind of a fun little thing. So, that is what we did. That's exactly what we did. Again, if you see yourself, shout yourself out. I'm not behind you because I only show up for work. Well, you're mod. You're part of the production crew, you know? I did my rebrand now. And now I am just the Princess Cookie. Hello, Cookie. How you doing? It looks like a sold-out arena tonight, boys. It's a sold-out arena every night here in the Long Boy Club. I'm going to move the chat screen here, actually, just for now. As you can see, we have Featherfoot right over there to the right of screen. As you can see, they have a little sign there. And that sign can be used for really anything. That can be used for just fun little memes. It can be used for sponsorships if we ever get to that point. I might make them larger just so that if there's a sponsorship, we can make it larger. But yeah, that's really cool. It's something that they just brought up just completely, like, you know, just completely, like, out of the blue. They put the offer out and I was like, yes. Absolutely. Abso-friggin-lutely. So yes, that is kind of the extent of the new chatting screen. Oh, and also, we got layers here as well. So, like, I can also move Featherfoot around, too, if I want to. for the sake of just making sure that everything kind of looks uniform. Again, I may need to kind of restructure things a little bit as we go throughout this, but yeah, it's incredible. I made a new stream icon and PNG model with the artwork done by my friend. Nice. Tonight's broadcast of Long Boy Club Wrestling is brought to you by 2K24, Twitch, and Slim Jims. No. We take Slim Jims out to the back and we kick them in their teeth. All right? That is what they do. They caught the Long Boy branding. Not on my watch. Not on my watch, son. I'm not sure if you saw my question, but what do you think of the Wyatt 6 faction at Giraffe Step? I think it is neat, you know? It is neat. I do not know how it's doing since their debut. Chat, is the Wyatt 6 doing good, or like are they not doing so good? I don't know. I watch AEW. There you are.
Oh my God!
Classic. Yeah. Along with that, as you saw, we had a new starting
Hello,
soon
Mario.
screen. That was really cool. I forgot about the feud with Slim Jims. It seems like everyone did. He does not like the Long Boy Gang. The Long Boy Gang and the Long Boy Club, they find each other in the parking lot and they kick each other in the teeth. We need to band together and we need to make this fight happen, chat. Haven't seen them in a while, TBH. The intro was so cool. Wait, are they just like a background thing now? I think they're doing good. I'm just glad they're doing it very sparingly. I don't show them every week. I suspect that they'll be back on Halloween week. Well, their build-up kind of made it seem like they would be like a larger part of things, right? Is that not what's happening? I guess not. I guess not. Hold on just a second, chat. I'm gonna like reorganize things. You know what? I'll reorganize things a little bit later. As you can see, listen, chat. You can tell it's been a long time because I'm scatterbrained as fuck. As you can see, we got the Long Boy Club, or rather, you know, the Giraffe Stev logo there. We also have the Twitch Trot stuff. We have, as well as that, new Ko-Fi page, because Twitch likes to take out a lot of shit. If you want to support me directly, I now have a Ko-Fi page that I believe I linked down below. I'm still kind of working out how to, I'm still kind of working out perks of it. I'm still kind of working out a few perks of it, in order to kind of make it, you know, a little bit, I guess, more appealing, just to make sure that, you know, people, you know, actually get something out of it, and it isn't just me, hey, if you don't want Twitch to take a chunk of ad revenue, or, you know, just like, you know, a chunk of money out of my mouth, then you can go over there. And and make sure that
Nothing beats a
you know,
refreshing sip of water.
Father Bezos doesn't take more money out of my mouth.
Step on up and see if you can throw a
I would like to do more
giant
stuff in the
green
Discord server, for example.
ladies and gentlemen. Step on up.
But we
Come
can chip
on,
away
come
at that.
Let's go,
Hold on.
let's go. Hurry up.
Oh, you were close.
Oh, you missed.
You were
Or
close.
maybe you didn't.
I dodged that like it was a Matrix bullet. What the fuck? DJ? What? Hey! Why isn't the alert going off?
Oh my God!
Holy shit. Well, we got 5 gifted subs in the chat by none other than a DJ Ponyboy. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. That's very, very kind of you. Holy shit. That is absolutely insane. Thank you very much. Where are the friggin' things going on here? So apparently the raid works. Apparently the follow works. Apparently one sub works. But the other one doesn't work. Whatever. I'm gonna go on a quick lurk, but I'll be back as soon as I can. Well, then we need to get going. Hopefully, Human, thank you for the follow. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. And also, I did not thank Doomslayer for the continued tier 1 gifted stuff. Thank you for 7 months, my friend. And Daniel, thank you for also following. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. Appreciate it, my friend. Ugh. Okay, well, it looks like I'm gonna need to do a few things with the chat bot here once we're all done. Jesus Christ. President Stev, what is our attendance for tonight's presentation of Long Boy Club? Are we sold out? Yeah, we're sold out in an arena that I do not know. The sub alert did a no-show, brother. They did do a no-show. I can't believe it. I genuinely can't believe it. Here, I'm gonna test the trigger.
For life.
Okay, well apparently that works. Okay, who's going through the announce table first? I guess the first person to throw shit at me goes through it. The sub alert gave up. It did. It did. Jumpy Fault, hello there. Holy fucking shit. You got a lot of people here tonight. Thank you all. Ow. Ow! Hey! Hey! You know what? I think that's as good as time as any to go on over to the... Ow. I think that's as good as time as any to go on over to the, sharing screen. Here. Hello there. Okay. So, as you can see, we also have a new sharing screen as well. Again. Ow. Ow! Once again created by... by the lovely Alex. Again, you can find their stuff down below. You can find their VGen page down below, and you should absolutely go follow them on their stuff. Go and consider giving them money for some because they're awesome.
I sure missed being fed Cheetos by Streamer Man.
Listen. I miss feeding Cheetos to YouTube. But no, you should absolutely go and follow Alex. I got their stuff linked down below. You should absolutely consider maybe commissioning them for some art or some VTubing stuff because they're awesome and they do incredible work and they will make sure to communicate with you every step of the way because I made sure that I was completely hands-on with this whole process. And I think that the results speak for themselves. Again, this new gaming screen was also created by the lovely Alex. Again, we have a commentary booth here. Giraffes is grass, which, you know, that was something that they just kind of decided on themselves. I was like asking them about that, and in my mind, I was thinking about like X-Pac. I was thinking about like X-Pac. We also have the crowd in the background, the new chatting overlay. It is animated, everyone. We got little spotlights there and everything. Oh my god, a steel chair to the head of Steph. Yeah. Instant CTE. Play on Raw as war, perhaps. Maybe. Because when I think of X-Pac, I think of like when he said your ass is grass and I'm gonna smoke it. Although I don't think that they were thinking about that. I think that they just thought of it and they thought it was funny. I think they just thought it was funny. But yeah, we have the new chatting thing there. We have a custom ring here as well. That once again was inspired by just like the general aesthetic that we're going for, which is in fact more kind of safari / jungle theme. Billy Gunn right now. Puff pads the ass Billy. Ow. Again, we have the custom ring back there. We got the ropes made out of snakes and vines. We got the tangles there and the little wooden brambles and stuff. It's really, really cool. It's really, really cool. Again, they went above and beyond with this. And we also have chair behind me too as well. Hello, son. Hello, mother. How are you doing? It looks like something a SpongeBob episode would make. What? The ring? Listen, SpongeBob's good. Also, big congratulations to Motor City Machine Guns on a big successful WWE debut on SmackDown. I don't care what anyone says. That's fucking cool. It's really, really cool that you know, they got that moment after so long. After so long, you know, in places like TNA and Ring of Honor and elsewhere, that they kind of got that moment on big stage. If I didn't compare, I wouldn't be doing the ring any justice. I'm okay just seeing my long son wiggle around. I'm happy to be wiggling around again. But no, aside from the new overlays, I also kind of have a new sort of a layout, or rather a new flow for how I want to go about things on stream. We're not going to be doing multiple streams a week, chat, because I don't know if anyone has been kind of keeping up. Yo, I didn't even see that. It's huge. It is huge, yeah. Like me. But no. We're not going to be doing multiple streams a week because I would like to still focus on my coding. But what we're going to be doing instead is we're going to be having one stream a week, but it's going to be longer. So the stream that you're watching right now, we're going to be going for like 6 hours. We're going to be going for like 6 hours, okay? And in the weeks that follow, we're going to be kind of segmenting things a little bit, right? We're going to be segmenting it a little bit. What I mean by that is, hold on. What I mean by that is, we are going to be doing multiple topics every single week. So, for instance, I'm going to be sleep-deprived segments. Yeah, it's gonna be like wrestling. We're gonna have like segments. Segments. It's funny that you think that, because I want to get back to some RPGs, chat. And you know what I want to do? I want to play Yakuza. I want to play fucking Yakuza, chat. I've been meaning to play Yakuza Like a Dragon on stream. Stebsona? Oh no. That's like 3 episodes of Raw combined. I'm all for it. Stebsona's fucking terrifying. What does that even look like? What does a Stebsona look like? It's funny because I actually have like assets, right? I have them saved. That you can plug them into like stream avatars and you can make your own long boy. I've had those saved for like a long time, but I've just never found the time to like, you know, properly implement them. I would like to at some point, but I've just not done it yet. What do you want to build a snowman? It is October. Let's calm down a little bit. If your channel becomes successful and gets sponsored, just promise us you'll never sell yourself out and make a terrible Lunchables knockoff. I promise not to make a terrible Lunchables knockoff, but you can't stop me from making Long Boy ice cream bars. Okay? Long Boy ice cream bars are a must. Yes, like CM Punk. But I would genuinely like to try and bring like Long Boy Club ice cream. Long Boy long bars. Long bars is fucking terrifying. Your Stebson would just be Genshin Giraffe. Are they fudge flavor? I've always thought of like, I will gladly accept Long Boy ice cream bars. Long Boy brings a jerky strip that's long. I don't want to hear about the Long Boy jerky strip, dude. I don't want to hear about that shit at all. That shit's, ugh. That shit's terrifying. Do not bite my head off, chat. But I'm not a jerky pal. I'm more like a funny muffler, you know? I'm more like a funny muffler.
Persona is a Sega franchise after all. Also, where am I? It is dark here.
I can't hear you. It's too dark in here. You should be like the SpongeBob ice cream. It's either gonna be like, you know, a hard coating that's like caramel with like a banana flavored ice cream underneath. Because for me, it's gotta be either tropical flavor or it's gotta be like a chocolate or caramel banana flavor, right? You either gotta go Dole Whip or you gotta go like, you know, Chunky Monkey on it. Long Boy gummies. They'll get you high, but not in the way that you want to. You'll be higher than ever once you take them. Be like the Sonic ice cream. It's funny that you think that. It's funny that you say that. Because it's either going to be the hard coating, or it's going to be like the gumball eyes, right? And they're going to be like completely disfigured anytime that you, ow. And they're going to be completely disfigured anytime that you, anytime that you, open up the packaging. Longboy Club, join me and acknowledge Big Stev. Big Stev. Big Stev's terrifying. One of my favorite things to do is like I enjoy just like taking like a noun or an object and putting big in front of it. Like Big Kev. We're standing up to Big Kev tonight, chat. Why the fuck is this stuttering? Why? 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 Why is it stuttering? Why? Why? Tell me why. Chat. Chat. Unfortunately, we gotta take an ad break here before we actually get going. And the scuff starts. The scuff started before we even began stream because I had to update my graphics drivers. I had to update my graphics drivers in order to actually start the stream because they were too out of date for what we were trying to do. The Longboy stream was way too powerful for my graphics card to handle. No, I just went through 10 ads. No, I'm sorry, but I gotta do it. It happens sometimes. I think it'll get better as stream rolls. No, it's fine. You may be long, but not big. Listen, I'm whatever I want to be, okay? It hesitated. Bane wasn't sure about it. Bane wasn't too sure about it. Anyways, we gotta run an ad, chat. I'm sorry. Raw begins, I guess, after this. And then I'll finish my thought about how we're segmenting things.
It's break time. Where the heck's the cheaters?
Raw was on after this.
Based on the classic
oh, Gitsy, I missed you!
Super Mario Kart.
Missed you so much, boo.
The game released by Nintendo in 1997 is Mario Kart 64.
I miss you so much, you big fucking dingus.
Signature Miyamoto gameplay. In this case, mystery items scattered in various parts of the
making his LBCW debut, chat. Re-debut. It's George motherfucking Wood. It's George motherfucking Wood. Hello there, Sci-Fi. We're currently in break. He's back with the milk. The milk?
Since racing games by their very nature move at blistering speeds, the other video
what's that supposed to mean?
The graphics fast enough.
What do you mean by milk?
Literally pop onto the screen in a most
I want his milk, chat.
Fashion. The speed at which Nintendo 64 produces the graphics is an unbelievable 93.75 megahertz, compared to that of 33.9 megahertz for its closest competitor.
Again, chat.
This is a game the whole family can play. Since Mario Kart
the megahertz stuff, who does that appeal to? Can you tell me who that appeals to, chat? Do you know who that appeals to at all?
More than 16 courses, a battle and includes 8 characters from the world of Mario. Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, Yoshi.
I like how they catch Wario mid-blink.
Bowser, battling each other in the wackiest racing game ever made. Mario Kart
64 is fun to play, except when you're losing.
But the challenge lasts for about
I didn't come back with milk, I came back with Reese's Take 5s, lol. A Batman VR game. What? What are you on about, my friend? What you on about? Dude, we're only halfway in October and I already saw a Christmas light app commercial with Chevy Chase. Also, are we back? Welcome back to Raw.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Yeah, welcome back to Raw, thank you. Yeah, it's a Quest exclusive, sadly. We're only halfway through October. I already saw a Christmas light app commercial. We win a 3-way, Moodang, Pesto, the Penguin, or Homunculus. Homunculus! You put a bag of Cheetos in there and he's gonna go buck wild. We are so back. Jeez, chat. With the way things are going, my fucking ADHD brain is just not gonna let us start chat. Chat? It's not gonna let us start stream. But no, as you can see from the stream category, we have a big, strong giraffe mom to get to. And that big, strong giraffe mom was actually created...
Haha. Long Boy Club for life.
That's my slogan, bitch. Anyways. Chat. We have, of course... Also, I need to take stuff out of my PS5. Pesto the Penguin linebacker LSU. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. I don't know who Pesto the Penguin is. Chat, can someone tell me who Pesto the Penguin is? Because I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is, chat. I don't know who that is. Anyways, chat. You got a bit of a glimpse there. But what?
Cheetos slash Cheetos slash Cheetos slash cheat slash O's.
I gotta code him a little better, chat, don't I? I gotta code him a little bit better. But no. Chat. Tonight, we have a new story that we need to write. A new story that we need to develop in the Cursed Wrestling universe. And that story is none other than someone that we actually introduced last time that we were live. Back in May! Back in May, in fact. A new story to finish. A new story to start, really. But no. This right here is our good friend Gina, who we introduced last time that we were live. You may recall that her and Applejack had an incredible barn burner of a match, an absolutely unmissable masterclass in the ring during the Equestria Girls Rumble. The VOD of which you can actually go back and watch, but don't go and watch it now. Stay here because we're starting stream right now. We're actually getting into the meat of things, chat. She is the counterpart to everyone's favorite straight shooter, Gira, who you may remember is a bit of a high flyer. He's someone who is one of the most decorated of the creative characters that we've had on this stream. Multiple time world champion, a former US champion, a champion on Raw, SmackDown, and NXT. But his counterpart, his sister, Gina, is quite a bit of upside to her as well. Unlike her brother, Gina is a lot more grounded. She's a lot more strong. She isn't one to get up on the ropes. She is very much like FTR. No flips, just fists and strength and lifts. And we're going to be getting quite a bit of that here in the women's MyRise, chat. Because last time that we were here, we finished up the Shining Wizard MyRise, who, as you may remember, was the longest reigning WWE champion of all time. He had a hell of a feud with Cody Rhodes. He showed up Roman Reigns. And now, it's time for Gina to take her spotlight. I've absolutely no clue what the undisputed... What the fuck? No, don't show that. That's gonna get me... It's gonna get me blinked. Shining Wizard finished his story. He did. SmackDown all on the... Oh my god. The literal goat. Exactly. The literal goat. But now it's time for a new goat to rise up. You define your own rules. I believe this is the women's storyline. Okay, yes. This one is the women's storyline. Looking awfully like DPW, chat. It's looking awfully like Deadlock Pro Wrestling a little bit. Ain't it? But yeah, we're gonna be starting that tonight. But before we get going, I kind of want to finish a thought that I had before.
Hello, Mario.
Ironside, hello there. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Awfully kind of sus. The boys are back in town. But no, the way that things are going to be operating from now on is, again, we're not going to have multiple streams per week. Instead, we're going to have one stream, but it's going to be a big one, and it's going to be broken up into segments. Mostly two. Sorry, usually two, maybe three, if that's how I kind of want to feel it out. The first one is going to be something like this, and where it's going to be pretty exciting. It's going to be big. It's going to be loud. And then we're going to get to the second half, and that's usually going to be a lot more kind of stripped back, you know? It's going to be a lot kind of more low-key. Excuse me. It's going to be a lot more low-key. We're going to probably do something that's a bit more out of the box. Maybe something that's a bit more chilled out, like something like a cookie clicker, or maybe something that's there was like this game that I saw last night called web fishing, I believe is what it was. That was essentially just like you sit around and you fish with characters that look like they are Nintendo characters, you know? That sounds good. Yeah. That's kind of how I figured that we would structure things. But for tonight, it's just gonna be all big blowout bullshit. We're gonna begin a lot of progress done in the Unleashed storyline, and we're gonna be doing it real big style, you know, real fucking big style. What the? Oh my god! Okay.
Newcomer Psycho Sally continues to wreak havoc for TBD promoter Geneva Rose. Cole Quinn takes on fan favorite El Ordinario in a technical wrestling claim.
Wait. Is that Generico?
Will ruthless challenger Odyssey Rift defeat the longest running champion in TBD history, the locker room leader and captain of her domain, and in anything goes. Sure to be brutal. TV.
You can't show the big chair shot, huh?
Forget what you've seen.
This ain't Hangman and Swerve. It's TBD.
For non-stop, hard-hitting action. This is TBD.
I love TNA. That like genuinely looks like what they were a little while ago. Wait, can I import a wrestler? Chat, can I import a wrestler? No. Don't fucking tell me. Chat.
Before a legend.
No. Stop. Select import superstar. Import, yes. Please. Okay, good. Good. I was scared. I was scared for a second, chat. I was really fucking scared. Whew. Okay, we already saw it. We already saw it, chat. Thank you. Oh, I almost forgot. Tonight's presentation of Lomba Club is also brought to you by Bootios, the cereal that doesn't make you feel like booty. I don't really want to know what's in Bootios. I saw it at FYE a few years ago. And anything they sell there that's food, I'm pretty sure is made with all the additives. It's made with every single additive in the book. Every single one of them. Chocolate chip monkas. Why did Twitch censor booty? Did it? Did it censor booty? To be decided wrestling. That's finally the title of my art folder. The Battle of Las Vegas. Odyssey Rift versus the Captain. Am I the Captain? Who am I playing as here, chat? What the fuck? They got a giant thing there. It did for Doomslayer. Ingredients, additives, all at the same time. Exactly. You'll be eating like Bootios, and then you're gonna wake up like with a third arm or something. You'll be like the fucking Vault Boy, you know? Bootios, the official breakfast cereal of the New Day. It did again. The heck, it did not. It didn't for me. Mods. Mods. Is it like blocking it out? Because like, it's coming in for me. Any mods there? Hello. Alright, here we go. Mod check. Am I the boss? Yeah! Right away! Right away, she's a champion, chat. She's a champion right a freaking way. Absolutely incredible stuff here, chat. That right there is our champion of TVD wrestling, I guess? Like, what does it even stand for? Like, what does TVD even stand for, chat? Well, anyway, coming in right from the jump, she's representing that Long Boy Club insignia on the back of her leather jacket. Absolutely incredible. Again, I should say that this character was actually made by our good friend, none other than Morning Keebs in chat. She literally offered to make our good friend Gina right here tables, bladders, and the chairs. It's like Tony D'Angelo. Is that Dean or you? You know what? Gina does look a little bit like me, chat. She does kind of look a little bit like me. Oh, I see the legs. It's you. It's... Listen, I was a former track runner, okay? It could very much be me. Now, anyways, chat. It is a wrestling game, so you know what that means. So you know what that means. We need fight music. There's only one fight music that's good for this point of the game. We're back, baby! Okay, I know that, like, what the fuck? No! Come on. What the fuck? She's supposed to be, like, super strong. You can't be jobbing out to her immediately. Ow! Oh, no. No. Oh, I remember! Chat, we made, like, special signs for her, too. I forgot that we made special signs for Gina. Once this match is over and once I have a minute to show y'all, I gotta show you. Someone flipped the script. They did. No. Hey, you! No. Ow. What the f- Some champion. Chat, what the heck? I'm getting my ass kicked immediately. I'm getting my ass kicked, like, immediately. You're supposed to be, like, really strong. Be strong. There you go. Come on. Pick up weapon. Alright, can I... Yeah! Oh, I love throwing the stop sign, chat. Throwing the stop sign's goated. What the fuck? It got caught up in the ropes. It got way caught up in the ropes. Oh, this is my favorite thing to do. Yes. Oh, yes. Absolutely my favorite thing to do. I gotta set up a table. Jack Black, this is an octagon. Ah, hey. Hey, can you get in here and set it up? Let's see if the AI does it. Nope, they're just gonna step over it. Okay. They're just gonna step over it, chat. They don't even care about the weapon that they just employed. This AI's on something. They could not be asked to care about the table that they just employed. Is this like real life because I beat someone to death by throwing shit? Yes. Yes, exactly. You beat someone to death by throwing shit at them. Alright, can I set this up? Or are you just gonna make sure that we don't progress? I feel like you're just gonna make sure that we don't progress. So you know what? I'm just gonna set it up. I'm gonna set it up for you right here. Okay, do I set it up with... No. Do I set up with X? Yep. Chat, excuse me. Did you see that? I tried to set it up and then the game was like, nuh-uh. The game literally just said, nuh-uh. And they just, and it collapsed. That with the table hits home for me. Whenever I try to do anything constructive. Just, nah. If an intruder broke into your house. Okay. Let's actually try this again. What the fuck? Let me set up the table. Let me set up the table. I am the fucking table. Holy shit. I didn't realize that she was like a hardcore strong woman. I have a feeling she may be the rhino of this promotion, chat. I feel like she might be the rhino of this promotion. Yes, please. Please someone clip that. Man! Actually, no. Rhino wasn't really, like, overtly extreme. He was more just kind of like a big, strong guy, wasn't he? Please someone clip that. That was awesome. Ooh! Just absolutely clubbing blows. God, that was awesome. Wow. What the fuck? Dude! Let me do the spot. Let me do the spot. Come on. Alright, Odyssey Rift, get your shit in. Let's do it. Whoa! Hello. I need to clip that. Hey, Steph, this right here is where the table just completely, just like gives up. Dude, imagine having a flaming table and then thinking that this is the time to end the match. Imagine employing a flaming table and thinking that, yes, now is the time to end the matchup. You have head trauma and your red body redhead. Can you, like, just let me do it? Ooh, man. Okay. Defeat Odyssey Rift anywhere in the arena. No. You're gonna take this L. 2. What? Flaming table. Okay, fine. Well, then we need to break out the finisher at some point. TLT, tables, ladders, and trash cans, apparently. So from what I can gather, this is an alternate universe version of ECW. It seems like that. Again, Gina seems like she's probably Rhino, you know? In ECW, all I remember is that they booked him as a cocky rookie. Okay, so like they probably didn't like book him as like overtly hardcore then. Come on, let's go. What? The Hogan? The Hogan poses. Holy shit. Brother. Oh, I already love Gina, chat. I already love her. I can't wait to get to know her personality. But from the way of this, it seems like that she's like incredibly violent, you know? Okay, so like what the heck is her finisher? Ooh! It's like a GTS of sorts. I gotta pose, brother. Better to be Rhino than a Ryback. It's very true. I don't think anyone would want to be a Ryback. Okay, so like she's the champion. We got a mic, right? We got a mic. I gotta pose, brother. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. That's exactly what it is. It's kind of.
I said T B D.
No crowd reaction.
This is what it's all about.
Hi, Henry.
That we were too loud, too proud. They told us that we couldn't do things on our own terms.
We are kind of in Hammerstein right now.
We weren't asking for your permission.
Okay. Wait, did I turn off commentary, chat? I'm pretty sure I turned off commentary. I think I turned off commentary, chat. I'm gonna need to check something real quick. Give me just a second. I'm pretty sure I turned off commentary. Oh my god, that's that's why I was struggling. Hold on. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go see if commentary is still on. I'm glad Gina won. I was afraid she would job in her debut faster than Joe Henry did on NXT. I mean, listen. If you thought that like WWE was going to, you know, give, you know, TNA's big guys their flowers, you are sorely mistaken. It was never in a million years going to happen. TNA is in a position right now where they kind of need to, like, you know, pick up scraps wherever they can, unfortunately. It wasn't ever going to do it. Okay, so what is this? We're still on the oatmeal shit. Hangry, going for an oatmeal. If you know, you know. That really is an if you know, you know type beat. JavaCrypt is rolling in her grave. Holy shit. Sending our best wishes with the best. Or rather, we're sending our best to meet the best. I'm ready to find the future of WWE at the Las Vegas tryouts. Oatmeal, more like goat meal. Going for that DBW oatmeal. Now, where to bring the chaos today? Or just new hair? What? Tonight, a fire main event when Odyssey Rift challenges Gina for the TBD championship at Gina. Of course. Helping next generation talent has always been a passion of mine. Excited to bring that passion to the WWE tryouts for the first time. Is this happening concurrently with Shining Wizard, chat? Is this like when he like has a little sabbatical down in NXT like what we had with Grayson Waller? A fine day for young athletes to test their mettle and their ability to withstand the desert heat at WWE tryouts. Hey, obviously kill it in your title defense tonight. But please remember that we're on a budget here and we have to pay for everything you break. Well, it's a good thing that we paid... Listen, can they pay for one table? I ignite the table. Is that too much? Is that too much, chat? Now, hold on just a second. Let's see if I can show you guys what we did. Yes! Yes! Fucking awesome. Look at this. We got the custom signs here too, chat. Oh, did we ever make an entrance for Gina? We did. We did, in fact, make an entrance for her. It's not the best entrance. I would like to, you know, create something that's a bit more elaborate for her. But we got the Long Boy Club one here. We got Follow Giraffe Stev in like the multicolored font. We got 2 sweets for the Long Boy Club. Because the Long Boy Club is for life. And it is 2 sweets. And we also got our truth here because this made us laugh. because we were just like, you know, we've been jerking ourselves off a little bit here. Let's just put something in that's funny. So anytime that you have a Gina match, you have a 1 in 4 chance of just seeing R-Truth's big fucking grin. I wake up in the middle of the night, and that's what I see. Everywhere I look, I see his face. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. I don't think that's PG. R-Truth, I don't think that's PG. Everywhere I look, I see his face. And obviously she's cheer all the way. Even when it seems like she might turn heel at some point. I mean, she might turn heel at some point. I don't know how the story's going to go. I know nothing about this, chat. So we're getting the full MyRise experience, raw and unkempt. Raw and unkempt chat. Also, we have a lot of people in chat right now. I'm noticing that. Our truth is love. Our truth is life. Absolutely. You will go flying over the top rope, Bull Haymaker.
That match was awesome.
Be careful, Sally. You'll give her a bigger head than she already has. So, flaming table again?
Time tested, crowd approved.
Also an insurance risk. Not to mention we've seen it before. But that was one hell of a main event. Way to rally the crowd afterwards, too.
Well, I meant what I said. I told you when we founded this place that we could...
We are TBD.
I know. I'm very aware of how much time I spend doing paperwork to keep the lights on around here, so that you can go out there and break stuff.
But you
break stuff.
So cool, Cap.
Just one of those days.
I want a match like that someday, and have that sort of confidence on the mic.
A reason why you can't. You may be new around here, Psycho Sal, but you could be the future of TBD someday.
Heck, she could be the future of WWE tomorrow. Literally.
Really, Sally?
It does look like that she's...
Vegas tryouts?
You're not mad, are you? I do feel bad.
It does look like that she just has body paint on.
Everything you've done for me. After everything you've done for this whole locker room, really. There's a reason why we call you the captain around here.
You know what? What kind of character is she, chat? Is she that bitch? Or is she a bitch? What's the characterization that we want to go with here? Because it's gotta be one or the other. It's gotta be she's either that bitch or she's a bitch. I would say that that bitch response is I'm excited for you. A bitch is I'd hate to lose you. Well, wait. Calling it now, Sal is going to be the enemy of Gina before the story is said and done with. It probably, yeah. A tough girl with a heart of gold. Tough girl. Well, which of these does that really resonate with? The thing is like, these are like a little vague. Full heel, I hate to lose you.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed by the thought of losing you. But you gotta do what you gotta do.
Thanks for
It's almost time for a 120 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Okay, I'd go that bitch. Full heel, that bitch. Tough girl with a heart of gold.
Different strokes, you know?
Well, listen.
They were literally looking for people exactly like you. Cap turned them down a few years back with some strong four-letter words.
I respectfully declined WWE so you and I could start TBD together and work with all talent. including those who don't fit their mold.
So when are we going to get the mostly machine guns in this
Going there
chat?
just wasn't the right move.
When are we going to get Nick
That's
Gage?
the case, you'd have no problem coming with me to the tryout.
Wait a second. This feels like a trap.
Look, Sally needs a ride, and we need new talent for TBD. WWE can't sign everyone from the tryouts, so you go, watch Sally's back, and you lurk. And if you walk away with some new names for us to reach out to, so be it.
I could sure use the support.
Obviously, I can't go as the boss of a rival
Oh
promotion.
wait, we're about to start a
but
break chat.
top, technically free agent.
Come on.
Fine, I'll go with you to the WWE tryout.
Finish up the
Don't expect
thing.
me to like it.
I wouldn't ask you to. Hooray!
Hooray.
Hello, Mario.
Come on. I feel like the break. Damn Twitch ads got hands. Apparently the ad break's starting soon, chat. I'm not gonna progress until it begins and ends. Come on! Start it! Bezos! Money! Dollars! Workers' rights violations! Come on!
It's
Tax break. Okay, good.
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
He responded to workers' rights violations.
It's no big surprise.
Oh yeah, let's go, breast.
Video game food chain, consider last year's major hit Tomb Raider. The sequel uses the same formula to great success, with minor control changes for sidestepping, and of course, all new worlds and vehicles. The game starts off with a peek at ancient China.
Hell yeah,
A
breast
dragon attacks
cancer.
the Great Wall, and a soldier notices a dagger embedded in his chest. Oddly, we
Also,
meet the
hi,
dagger
Mac. Welcome to
resulting in
tonight's
dragon
Small Play
death.
Club
Weird.
meeting.
You play Lara Croft, complete with front-loaded anvils.
Front-loaded
Searching for the dagger
anvils,
centuries
chat.
Later, your path to the dagger will take you just about everywhere, and that snow speeder kicks
Some major you-know-what.
Tomb Raider has slightly more action than exploration this time around, but you may not notice the difference. This is good, because that way everybody's happy. Obviously, we're giving Tomb Raider 2 a good review. We fully expected to do
Ew.
so. We knew the game would be great. And
What's
it
your
is,
idea for the
and we've only
future,
just
George
scratched the
Wood?
surface. In answer to Lara's giant earrings, however, we have a challenge to IDOS. In Tomb Raider 3, create a storyline in which Lara gets breast cancer. Imagine
Brilliant!
the drama of a vulnerable Lara Croft. still
Promote him.
persisting in
A
her
promotion
despite her illness.
is in store for you,
Fleshing out,
my
no
friend.
pun intended, but we guarantee the gaming world would be shocked, stunned, and moved at the effort to make Lara's
Huh?
character more meaningful. We love
Keebs,
Lara, but
Keebs,
it's
is this
about
your
time
first
the
time?
industry had a big shock for a change.
It's time the industry have a shock for a change, huh?
2 is excellent. Everyone should buy it.
Period. The end, huh? The end. Say what now? Keebs, do not tell me that's your first time seeing this. Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's your first time. Oh no. Oh
Om
no.
nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw, I guess. It was. Shh. Wait, I'm back. Did something happen? Morning Keeves just saw the Tomb Raider 2 Gitsy for the first time. Everyone has their first Gitsy. Exactly. We popped the Lara Croft breast cancer. Sherry, nice and quick. By the way, it is a. I do realize that it is a serious condition, but we laugh away tragedy around here. We combat tragedy with laughter.
I can't believe they just let me walk right in here.
It's a tryout, not the CIA. I can't believe I'm here at all.
What's that they say in old movies? You got moxie, kid. And don't let my negative attitude about this place.
God, she's so corny.
Learn a lot from WWE. You got this.
She has to be. No, chat.
Afraid of running the ropes? I thought you were a big shot college star.
Yeah, I ran on a track. I didn't hurl my body into tightrope.
Tight ropes? Really? I don't get why they keep inviting so-called athletes to these things. WWE should focus on talent who actually know the business.
Maybe you could focus on minding your own business.
She's tall as fuck. She's a long girl.
Great comeback.
You didn't seem worth the effort to come up with a better one.
Wait, don't I know you? You're with TBD. They call you the captain over there, right?
That's actually not
She's the captain of the Long Boy Club, chat.
You must get it then. We're not here to have our spot taken away by someone who's never even stepped in the ring before.
If you're worried about losing your so-called spot to a rookie, you're probably in the wrong place. Are you really that insecure?
Long girl.
I'll show you how insecure I am.
Are you kidding me? Couldn't stop
Oh,
yourself
bro.
trouble for even a moment, Cat.
Oh, hey, it's Justine again.
Uninvited and still somehow a thorn in my side.
Ladies, we don't have time for shenanigans today. And that includes whatever beef anyone in this room, Shotzi included, might have with someone else from the...
You gotta walk with your left foot.
Regal is right. We've got a busy schedule today to get all of you seen. Even those of you we weren't expecting to see.
Lovely to see Regal and
Curious question of our unexpected guest.
it's lovely to see Regal in this. It is, yeah.
I'm not disappointed to see you, but I am confused. You've turned down our invitations in the past, but you show up today?
What can I say? Circumstances change. I'm ready to give it a try.
Yeah, she's super stoked to be here.
Well, that's just fantastic.
Oh, she's so awkward.
We'll get started soon.
Oh. It's like going to a convention for the first time. That's crazy. I have to be honest with you, Sev, I've been feeling really stressed and... Oh, hold on.
Why are you really here? TBD scouting trip?
Well, I...
Respect.
But yeah, corny but jacked as fuck. I feel like we need to go along with that, chat. Anytime that we have, like, cringe dialogue, we need to add to the cringe, you know? Anyways, I'll read this in a second. I have to be honest with you, Stev, I've been feeling really stressed since yesterday because of a certain nationwide event in November. So far, seeing your stream again is helping relieve the stress. I'm glad, man. I'm glad, genuinely. I'm glad that my stream can be kind of, you know, a bit of a reprieve from that. I know that, you know, shit is very hard in the world right now. I don't know, you know, what kind of personal stuff people are going through. But, you know, I aim for my stream to kind of be a reprieve from that a little bit. And if it can't, then we laugh away things, you know? Laugh away the pain, laugh through the pain. It's all good, you know? And I also need to say, fucking vote in November. If you have an opportunity to vote early, take it. Alright? That's all I'll leave it at. I'm not going to make any big statements. But go and exercise your right as a citizen. Fucking vote. No excuse this year. We in this together, boys. Exactly. We're in this shit together. Hey, do me a favor and try to keep a somewhat low profile today, okay? Think stealth in your scouting. It might be late for that. Didn't you just get there? Oops. Whoops. What the fuck? She's so corny. What did you do? Sorry, I gotta go. I'm busy doing your dirty work for you. She's such a fucking cornball. I love her. Yes. This is exactly what I want out of my MyRise playthrough. Long Boy Club. For life. The true Ender King. Hello there. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club. Life. How are you doing? How are you doing tonight, my friend? Hopefully you're doing well. How'd you find us, actually? I want to know that. Not like, you know, I'm not trying to, like, profile you or anything. Man, the timing was so good. That was perfect. Yeah. You came in right at the perfect time. How you doing, my friend? Again, thank you for the follow. How'd you find us? I'm always curious. It's nothing big. I want to know how... I want to know the Long Boy Club's reach.
It must have sounded like an idiot.
Maybe you should study wrestling? Hold on. Everyone starts somewhere. Prime? Oh my god. Wait, what about Prime? What about Prime? Oh no. No.
Hello, Mario.
Do not tell me. Just found out that this game is custom wrestlers. I found you on YouTube. I just got this on PS Plus and decided I'm going to recreate my late father's wrestling persona. Oh. 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 Okay. Nice. Did your father ever kind of do any dark matches for like a larger promotion, or like kind of what was like the extent of their stuff? Were they kind of like just more local, or like what was their sort of thing? Oh, their name. Oh, Carly Prime. I'm not paying attention, chat. I'm paying attention to chat, but I'm not paying attention, chat. The only true Prime is Optimus Prime. The only true Prime is subbing to GIRAFFE with Amazon Prime, which you should do if you can. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. The Outlaw Chris Wolf was a Lubbock pro. There was a Lubbock local wrestler. Opened for Jake the Snake once. Oh, that's cool. Famous AEW manager Jake the Snake Roberts. That's really cool, though. That's really cool. So, like, you found me on YouTube? Did you find me through, like, the shorts or, like, the VODs? That's really cool, though. It's always, like, really, like... It's really, like, fascinating whenever, like, someone comes in here and they're either, like, in the industry or they have, like, family or friends who are in the industry. It's always, like, really fascinating to me. I saw you had the main six, too. I do. I'm a bit of a brony myself. Been on and off with it for years. I've been getting back into it again recently. Everyone starts somewhere, or maybe you should study wrestling. Maybe you should study wrestling. Do we want to give her a hard time like the other ones did? Same, you just don't... Same, just don't tell my colleagues. I've been off for a long time, but now I'm caught up to Season 4. Season 4 is considered probably the best season, along with Season 2. It's either one of those two that I always kind of do. Tough love. Right. She's been through enough tough love. No, chat's dissenting. We don't have a united front here. We don't have a united front on how we treat her. I gotta wait for this and the Elden Ring to install TT. Speaking of ponies, how do you feel about G5's untimely end? I'll get to that in just a sec. Eeny, meeny, miny. You.
No problem. But maybe next time you come to a wrestling tryout, you should do a little homework and study wrestling first?
Fair point. I just didn't want to pass up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because I thought I wasn't prepared enough. Especially since the recruiter said they could train me in the basics.
You did track in college?
All conference. Set my fair share of records, too.
Okay.
Ever been in a fight?
Does online count?
Good luck, you'll figure it out. You know what? Good luck, you'll figure it out. I don't think we're ready to go into the full asshole route just yet. No, but like I'm also speaking through like I don't want to be an asshole to characters in game chat. I'm that kind of person, you know? I don't like being an asshole to people in game. Because I don't like being an asshole to people in real life. Screw Elden Ring tonight. We're focusing on the important stuff, like wrestling, which is more important. In fact, it trumps everything else. God, this here's gonna get us over the 6-hour mark, chat. Just balancing out how we want to characterize Gina. I feel like her brother, Gina's a bit of a bitch. So, we need to do this.
You tell me when you're flat on the mat after taking a clothesline. But good luck today. You'll need it.
Man! Holy crap!
Life.
Hey! Morning Keebs with the gifted sub to the True Ender King. Thank you very much, Keebs. Thank you for supporting the Long Boy Club in its mission. Appreciate it. 4 hours to be ready. Sorry, 4 hours to be ready to start. 45 hours for the actual installation. Man. Man. Modern gaming's the absolute pits, my friend. I know how you feel, Steph. I usually feel guilty whenever I play the evil route in games like Infamous. It's the same kind of thing, you know? It's the same kind of thing. I don't like playing as evil characters, even though we're role-playing. We're role-playing, chat! This is... It does have RPG elements.
Hello, Mario.
All these have RPG elements. Jax, hello. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting.
I really wasn't expecting to see you here today.
What the fuck was that line? Chat. Chat. That's me whenever I wake up. That's me whenever I wake up and, like, I'm rooming with someone that I'm unfamiliar with, you know?
What can I say? It was a last-minute decision. And Regal and Justine don't
Nothing
seem to
beats
mind.
a
Cool, refreshing sip of water. They're lesbians. It's canon now. I got some time to chill before I work tomorrow morning. And no more ads for you, exactly. No more ads. You get to see Gitsy. You get to see Gitsy in all its glory. Oh no, Doomslay. Elden Ring is cancelled. Now WWE, that's the kicker.
Are you really going to pretend you don't remember? How you refused to book me in TBD?
That's... Listen, that's the licks, brother. Gina has creative control. The poses weren't just... The poses weren't the only thing Hogan-esque about Gina. She has the creative stroke, brother.
First off, I don't do the booking. My business partner, Geneva Rose, handles all of that as promoter.
Yeah, that's exactly what Hogan would say.
I don't remember that at all.
TBD was the hottest emerging promotion, and there was never any room on the card.
We book ya, but not to go over, dude. Yes! She's Hogan-esque.
Hogging attention as champion? You mean successfully and consistently defending my title?
I love the lucha masks, by the way. Yes, I love them too. That's part of the aesthetic. That's part of the aesthetic.
You say tomato. I say you're a selfish, overrated champion who I could have easily beaten if given the opportunity. I'm sure you told Geneva not to schedule the match.
Listen. Maybe you weren't good enough. Holy shit, chat. Holy shit. Woo! We gotta do that. We gotta do maybe you weren't good enough. Again, she's a bitch.
I can't speak for Geneva, but I do know that she tried to book talent at my level, which, let's be honest, you cannot.
Talk that shit. Talk that shit. Wow.
We can agree to disagree. What we can't disagree on, however, is that I'm the one in charge today. But since you're so talented, you won't mind.
You sick fuck is right. Whoop that trick. Wow. Holy shit. Ow. Hey. Hey, you.
What did you do?
Just set up a match against those two other potential recruits. Since you had such an issue with them, felt right for you to take both of them on at the same time.
It's a handicap match, playa.
A 2-on-1 handicap match?
Yes. Oh my goodness gracious. We're cooking tonight, chat.
Sure, why not? Unless you want me to tell Regal and Justine it's a problem.
She's reading these lines absolutely raw, chat. My problem is with you. Man, yes, that.
My only problem is with you.
Likewise, I look forward to evaluating your performance.
Alrighty. Fuck, I messed that up. No, it's all good. Don't hate the player. Hate the game. Alright, we need to, like, buffer up, chat. Big strikes.
Hello,
Big
Mario.
resilience. Defense. Oh my god, bunk. Okay, so here's my question. I'm a Banquo. How do you pronounce your name? How do you pronounce your screen name? So that way I can not fuck it up later on. Tall spotted horse sided. That's me. That's me. Tell me why Zoe-esque. Alright. I'm a Banquo. I'm a Banquo. Or Banquo? Bon or Ban? One or two? One or two. Again, sorry. I do not mean to... I don't mean to hold up stream like this, but I just want to make sure. Hold on. I'm going to keep investing in her real quick. See here. I mean, we kind of need that too. Like what you do to bad people in your chat. You ban them. Okay. Banquo. Chat Banquo. Running aerial submission. Ban as in mods. Got it. Got it. Mods. Banquo. Chat, kill him. No. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. How are you doing, Banquo? How are you doing? Update on time frame. 36 minutes to start game. 19 hours to install? I mean, I suppose that, you know, it is a pretty big game. Elden Ring's a pretty big game. And I would say it's worth that time anyways, because fucking Elden Ring is incredible. I only beat a couple of Souls-like games in my time, but in terms of just scope and expansiveness and the meatiness of the content that you have, Elden Ring knocks it out of the park. I'm getting eepy. I'm gonna have to get some sleep. I'm glad I got to be here for your return. Thank you very much, JJ. I apologize we were moving things really, really slowly. I apologize. Hopefully next time I'll be able to get things going a little quicker. But I'm just so elated. I'm so friggin' elated to have everyone here. This has been an absolutely incredible stream so far. Thank you very much to everyone.
Taking on 2 other potential recruits at once? Quite a way to make an impression, but dare I say risky.
I like risky. I respect it.
What the?
But we'll find
what
out
the heck?
She can handle.
She's bench pressing, Gina. It's okay. Talk to you later. I'll talk to you later, JJ. Thank you very much for stopping on by again.
Don't hold back. Give him hell.
I will. There you go. Running neck breaker. We all like ourselves some neck breakers around here. Now, chat. Hold on. We need music. We need music. Dolph Ziggler levels of selling. Wow. Yeah, exactly. She may act like Hogan, book like Hogan, but she's a much better wrestler than Hogan. You like to think it.
For there are all these new people, my friends.
New people in chat, do you enjoy the homunculus at all? Is the homunculus your friend? Or is he just another abomination? Because to me, he's an abomination. But maybe he's different to you, chat. Maybe he's different to you. The homunculus is my boy. Is he your long boy, though, or is that me? It better be me. It better be me. Long boy is the homunculus is my BFF. Yeah, good. Chat. Yes. Incredible. Incredible. All right. So we need music. I know which one we're gonna do. Actually, I don't know which one we're gonna do. Give me a second. I think we gotta do Bowser's Inside Story. I want to play this game again. I cannot wait for friggin'... I cannot wait for the new one. I can't wait for the new one, chat. It's gonna be friggin' incredible. The long boy homunculus is my friend. He eats turf fingers. He does. Pokemon. Discus Punch, wow, okay. Jeffrey, haven't seen that giraffe ever since 2009. Whatever, since he became like photorealistic.
Everything always makes me want to get back in the ring.
Justine, we talked about this.
Don't worry, I know my role.
Nah. Do. I cannot wait for fucking Brotherhood. I've been seeing, like, you know, all the stuff for that, and I am so stoked. Seth, my doggo named Fiona, says hi to chat. She's getting Billy rubs right now. Well, chat, can we say hi to Fiona back? Can we say hi to Fiona as well?
That reminds me of something I do in the ring.
Sure, but she's not actively betraying anyone right now.
I bet she has it in her, though.
Man, everything is completely just absolute malice. Yes, everyone say hi to Fiona. Fiona! No! What the fuck? We are way too early in the match for the spent pin. I legitimately thought that she was gonna say that, like, I thought this was gonna be easy for you, you cow, or something like that. And I was just like, holy fucking shit. This game doesn't hold back. It's terrible. Here you go. No, since I last went to Toys R Us, the Toys R Us I used to go to got turned into Spirit Halloween and then Harbor Freight. Listen, Spirit Halloween just, like, takes up all those things, you know?
I remember what she was
Spirit, Spirit Halloween doesn't take prisoners, you know? It doesn't take any prisoners. It takes absolutely no prisoners. She says, and I quote, woof. Chat, can we give her promo of the year for that one? I would love it if you could. I would love it if we could. Why are we getting spent pin from the person who's been getting all the offense? It's sensational Starla. All right. What the f— she's so slow. We gotta give her— what the f— we gotta give her some more speed, chat. We gotta give her some more speed. Oh, no, she's gonna tag out. She's gonna tag out, chat. No! No, I gotta do it again. I gotta do it all over again. Did you hear that after Halloween, the Spirit Halloweens will turn into Spirit Christmas? They'll like evolve like their Pokemon into Spirit Christmas. Do not have the same issue that friggin— they're gonna have the exact same issue that Java Crit had, in where she's gonna try to do a clothesline, but no one's gonna be, like, tall enough to actually take it. Absolutely no one's gonna be tall enough to actually take the friggin' clothesline. It's like it's gonna be a useless move. Yeah, like, look at that. We're just whiffing now. Come on. That's it. What the— nah. Sorry, Spirit Halloween, the Spirit Company of Spencer's Gifts, is getting a Christmas store. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, there's— oh, I didn't hit spacebar. 2! I gotta make use of one of the empty lots somehow, I guess. LOL. Come on. Ah! Fuck your crossbody.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds Cheetos
Is
break,
it?
my dudes.
Is it now? No, it's not. No! Come on! No! No. Fuck your pop, brother. That right there doesn't work for me, brother. I haven't been to Spirit Halloween or Spencer's Halloween in 2 years. I didn't know that there was, like, Spencer's Halloween. So is your desk really, really tall, or is your chair really, really low? Yes. Listen, I enjoy an air of mystery. You be the judge of that.
Long live Outlaw Chris Wolf.
Long live Chris Wolf. the father of the newest member of the Law Boy Club, the True Ender King.
Smell of a handicap match in the morning.
In general, though, I'll let you think that my desk is just like really, really high. That like it just takes up like this very like large nebulous space. Because to me that's just really amusing. I meant Spirit Halloween, not Spencer's. I mean, Spencer's is a thing that exists. You can't... Listen. In 2024, there may not be many malls, right? But no mall is worth... Holy shit! Gina, for being so, like, large, so long, people can lift her up with ease. People can lift her up with ease, chat. Oh, yeah. The Batista thing, I love it. And my Toys R Us turned into a car dealership because there weren't already, like, 10 to 20 alone in my area. It just makes me pissed thinking about it. Oh, here you go. Bro, I tried to jump someone taller than me, but bull charging. I would get my Nard's headbutt by accident. Are you a bit of a short king? The True Ender King? What the? Holy shit, dodge roll. Come on. Please. Please. Yeah, GTS, kinda. Time for random wrestling chat. No. Okay, you know, it's gonna do that. Well, Sheamus, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Holy shit. Whoa, hey! That was actually kind of sick. Bella! Honestly, I'd take 100 Spirit Halloweens over another friggin' car dealership opening in my area. Well then you wouldn't just have like 10 or 20 car dealerships, you'd have 100 Spirit Halloweens. Which honestly, which one is worse, you know? Fuck you, my cutter is better than yours. Come on! Count it, ref! 1, 2, come on! No! I was called Slender Man in high school. I'm genuinely 6 feet, 6 inches in height. I mean, that's smaller than me. But then again, everyone is. So, come on! Rope. No, they're gonna catch the rope break. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there you go. Never mind. We got the spent pin, even though like there was basically nothing. But okay. One example of this. What now? Did you know that ring announcers never announce women's wrestlers' weights, with only a few exceptions? One example. One example of this fact is Nia Jax. I didn't know it's Nia's weight.
Yes! That's how we do it in TBD. 2 opponents and you still wipe the floor with them.
God, I love how much fun
It's
March she
almost
is.
time for a 120 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
The psycho part, but we can work on that. And you're new enough that she probably hasn't ruined you by teaching you bad habits yet.
Whatever grudge you have against me, don't take it out on Sally. She
What's that to say?
Not your snark.
It's okay, Cap. I can take it. Even if I am also totally overwhelmed that one of my favorite WWE superstars knows who I am.
So, did I pass your little challenge?
Anyone can get lucky in one match.
Luck?
Okay.
Cap's always great in the ring. I watched her almost set a
Father,
woman
we
on
must
fire.
destroy all the car dealerships. No more CO2 emissions.
In the indies more than anyone. But in WWE,
I'm fine with destroying General Motors.
fire on a whim.
On a whim? You should have seen the whole story, though. It was an epic culmination, a confrontation for the ages.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
go, Sally. We're wasting our time talking to her.
But I'm proud of what we do in TBD.
Right. TBD is so unique. TBD is so different. So different that apparently it never had room for me.
Bro, you suck.
Still kind of weird you're holding on to that.
You're proud of TBD? Then show us this crazy, unique TBD style you're all about. Let's see a no DQ match. Actually, impress me.
Listen.
That won't be a problem.
If you were watching the product.
All due respect to Psycho, you and I both know that she's not ready to take me on in that kind of match, Shotzi.
It's break
I
time.
love how
Where the
she's-
heck's the Cheetos, my dude?
I love how she's so tall that like the camera cuts off her head. Ah, the cutscene couldn't finish up by the time
Like
Gitsy
Illusion
started.
of Gaia, Earthbound comes packed
Gina's
with a
so
load of
tall,
hints
she
if you
doesn't even
need
fit
them.
the frame.
Earthbound
I
is
know.
an easy RPG, but Nintendo wanted the game to be easy, so it provide constant.
Hold on.
You sure you're okay with this?
Hold on.
Let's do it.
Okay, good. Alright, cool. We're gonna kill our friend after Gitsy, chat. We're gonna kill our friend after Gitsy. Do 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 do. I'm gonna go watch Saw 2 on DVD.
Like Illusion of Gaia, Earthbound comes packed with a load of hints if you need them. Earthbound is an easy RPG, but Nintendo wanted the game to be easy, so it provide constant, uninterrupted fun. Earthbound has so many comic elements to it that Nintendo doesn't want you to give up on the game and never see those funny scenes. Earthbound is the first RPG to be set in modern times. You save your progress by calling your dad over the telephone and refill your energy by eating pizza. Speaking of pizza, you can play the game with your left hand and eat pizza in the other, since the game can be controlled with the L button, which lets you talk and check, otherwise known as search, and the control pad to move. Prepare to visit several places: a clubhouse, arcade, burger shop.
And then it cuts out. Great. I genuinely do not know, because like I had this set up on a timer, right?
TBD is still a better promotion than Control Your Narrative.
My god. It's like ancient at this point, right? Remember Control Your Narrative? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, dog. I don't know. Control Your Narrative is like, that's crazy, dog, the wrestling
Nom nom
promotion.
nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
But I don't remember asking. Dog, that's crazy. I don't remember asking, though. I'm gonna put that right back in the memory hole. Murder time? I was about to say, this right here is gonna be a murder, chat. We're about to kill a woman. We're about to kill her where she stands. Holy crap, that's right up in her face. Chat, when we go up in the socials, we could see every pore. We could see every pore of her face. It's right there. But no, Tina's so large that that her head is cut off from frame. She doesn't fit the whole frame.
Couldn't help but overhear perhaps a bit of bad blood between you and Shotzi.
She started, I'll finish
Guess
it.
so. Not what I was expecting coming here today. But if she wants to start trouble, I'm more than happy to finish it.
I'm more than happy to finish it, brother.
I've heard all about that fighting spirit and attitude you bring to your matches.
Isn't that a good thing? I mean, I've heard about your fighting spirit too, Justine. WWE champion and legend comes back only to screw with her niece. Maybe not the best person to have grooming the next generation of WWE talent at NXT.
I mean, did you see the showdown that JavaCrypt had with her? Gina's cooking a little bit. Gina's cooking with that.
Funny. That's actually what got me my new job. Well, that and my decades worth of experience and unparalleled wisdom.
I enjoy that there's like continuity between the two things, though. I enjoy how Henry DeCat and JavaCrypt like exist concurrently.
Such as?
Don't forget that in this business, you have to play a bit of politics and remember the long game. Sometimes letting bad blood fester can come back to bite you. I'm a bit of an expert on that.
Ayo, JavaCrypt mention. Yeah, we got Justine here again, Sax. She is now the trainer of NXT. It's her bitch of an aunt. Yeah, the one we beat at WrestleMania.
Makes sense.
Another word of advice? This match that Shotzi made for you against Sally, don't hold back. Taking it easy on someone close to you won't do them any favors.
Oh boy, do we gotta make her... Wait, I don't think the women can bleed in this game.
Understood.
Why not? It always makes me... It's always weird how, like, the men are allowed to bleed in these games, but the women aren't. I feel like that we as a society have grown past the need to not have women bleeding in these matches where, you know, they're enhanced by blood.
You've convinced me to let this go forward, Shots.
It's a tryout, right? Do you want to try them out or not?
I'm a fan of Feet to the Fire as much as anyone, but I'm actually with
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Mad Dr. Redline. Hello there, my friend. Thank you for showing up to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. We are back after 5 months on the shelf. And now we are about to kill our friend here. We're about to kill her. We're about to kill her, man. Anyways, music. We gotta do something that's hard. There you go. That's hard. Alright, we're gonna go immediately to the outside. Immediately to the outside, chat. This is awesome. This is awesome. Also, chat, I forgot to mention that with these longer streams, we're gonna take a longer break at the midpoint. So that way I can maybe get food, alright? We'll take an 8-minute break here probably after this match. And then in about, you know, like 90 minutes to an hour, or rather, you know, 90 minutes, like 2 hours, that's when we'll, you know, go ahead and, look at the power of Gina. Putting her brother to shame in the power department.
You're not in charge of the thing you're supposed to be in charge of.
What the fuck? And just like her brother, she misses the cutters. Just like her brother, she misses the cutter. Come on, let me get some out from under the ring. Wait, hold on. What is this? Oh wait. Okay, I thought that was a crowbar. Whoa! Holy crap! It's Sally with your signature move. I watched Beetlejuice the other night. Is that the newest one?
I'll put weapons under the ring for a WWE tryout.
Listen, I did. This is how this is how you get over, brother. Right, we're about to kill someone, chat. Avert your eyes. Listen, I am battering my friend with a giant chair. Her brother missed another cutter. Is she another? Yes, it is the newest Beetlejuice movie. Okay. I wasn't entirely sure.
Honestly,
I'm not so sure what all is in theaters at the moment. I'm looking directly at the screen. Good. Ah, yeah, brother. Holy crap, the chair's mangled. Okay, well that's fine. That's okay. We just gotta continue just pushing in Psycho Sally's shit here for however much longer. So wait, what if I wait until the 2 count? Is that gonna shift the momentum back? I feel like Shotzi's gonna fuck with me at ringside.
We can actually afford for you to break our tables. Come on, go nuts!
Okay, hold on. You know what? I'll go nuts. Give me a second. We got the table here, chat. We want tables. You fucking bet you do. We got that hardware.
We're seeing matches from the other talent besides Cap, right?
Don't worry. We'll be here for
Come on.
today.
I'll order a pizza.
Come on. Come on. What the whoa! The weapons in this game are on something else, chat. Whoa! Uh-oh.
Makes the hit sting harder when you know someone personally.
Come on. Get in there. Take the spot. Come on. Take it. Woo! Woo, brother! There you go. Ow. I'm injuring her as we speak, chat. This is not pretty for her.
This is weak.
I just broke a table in front of you. What do you mean it's weak?
After all,
If I didn't know better, I'd say Shotzi doesn't really feel that way.
What? WWE superstars aren't always fully transparent with their feelings and emotions?
go harder! Put your money where your mouth is.
I'm trying, but I can't chuck a kendo stick worth of shit. Come on. Ow. I can't. She has a terrible throwing arm. What can I say? She may be able to bench press a woman, but she can't. But she can't throw a baseball, chat.
I'm into it.
Come on, get up. Signature? Signature. Please? She's gonna reverse this. Oh, never mind. Come on. She's not used to throwing anything other than bodies. Call that get a body. You gotta hit the finisher now. And then what? Do I beat her in the ring? Okay. What?
Is that all you got? Show me more, Mr. TBD.
I broke a table. I broke kendo sticks, chair. I threw a baseball bat.
Ever wanted was to take you on.
Okay.
Be my guest. We'll see how this ends.
Ladies, this is unbecoming of a WWE tryout.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool.
Would be cooler.
Of course you would think it's cool, Justine.
No, there'll be none of that. At least not without an audience.
Don't I count?
Shotzi, you're in need of a tune-up match before your title opportunity against Bianca Belair. And our guest today is the perfect local talent we're looking for to face you. She'll push you. A real challenge.
She certainly fits the bill to be my punching bag.
Now that's heat. Your punching bag.
I'd like to book you on the next Raw.
As a local talent?
You are local, right?
Yeah. I'm no tune-up match, though. But for a chance to settle this with Shotzi, I'm in.
Fantastic. Then it's settled.
This booking is very, like, Dynamite coded, you know?
What's the word?
This right here is...
That's it. I'm signing you to NXT.
Hey! Hey, we both got jobs, kinda. She's fucking dead. I killed her. The first movie, Beetlejuice, was kind of the villain, and this one, he's more of an anti-hero. If the WWE made a wall made from the remains of all the tables that were broken in all the matches, how tall and long would it be? It'd be longer than me. I'll be honest. It'd be longer than me. Dynamite coded booking, is that good or bad? I would say that's good. Will looks so red.
I can't believe
He does.
you got into a fight.
Sunburned.
That's how you get to debut on Raw.
Very funny.
What,
Not debuting
Chad?
on Raw. I'm just having a match. They asked me here to wrestle, and that I can do.
Tell that.
Not gonna lie, chat, the world women's title looks pretty good on Bianca.
From their homes tonight. Even if this opportunity.
The Seth Rollins pants, LMAO.
Why do
Kind
you
of
think I
is
brought
like
people
Seth
home
Rollins
to take
coded.
home the food from catering?
I'm serious.
So am I. Listen, I hear you, but I also know why I'm here. Local talent almost never win these matches, but I do intend to make an impression.
Hey,
Oh.
watch where you're going.
Holy shit!
Excuse me.
She's like twice her size!
Wait a minute. TBD?
Yeah?
I've heard of that. Welcome to Raw.
See?
Thanks, Becky.
I just saw Perk Gable. Shush.
Luck out there tonight.
Pert Gable. I'm a big fan of Pert Gable, chat. Don't miss Raw tonight. I'm competing in what's sure to be a super short but very definitive match against some local, who I cannot wait to beat live on national television. Alright. Tonight, Shotzi is in action on Raw. Rumor has it that Gina is her opponent. Who? Who? You'll know who. Just you wait. Yeah. William Regal does look red, yeah. Good luck tonight. I'm getting settled here in Orlando. The Performance Center is amazing. They have locker rooms that aren't made of curtains. I don't know. Call me Psycho, rather... Psycho Susan, or whatever the heck her name is. That's pretty, she's a little more corny than you would think. So, like, while this is happening, we got Shining Wizard on SmackDown, who's still the WWE champion, I believe. He's just standing there. You're lucky to have me.
And you're welcome. You're lucky to have me. I'm gonna put on one hell of a show tonight.
With an attitude like that, I hope so. In any case, the show's not too far off from starting. I'd suggest getting changed into your gear.
I'm ready.
You are wearing a t-shirt?
Not just any t-shirt, this very TBD t-shirt.
Why?
I know it's gonna make Shotzi mad. Listen. Does she actually like, care about the promotion, or does she just want to get heat? It's kind of true, though. A little. It is, yes, it is. But is she just like fishing for heat? Is she just like fishing for heat, or does she actually like, you know, have like some pride in her promotion? I'm leaning towards heat. I mean, maybe a little bit of both. Listen, we gotta be one or the other here. We can't pick both dialogue options. Okay, fine, yeah.
I'm proud to rep TBD. If I'm gonna have this opportunity, I want to also support something I believe in and share it with a larger audience.
I get it, and I respect your passion. Tell you what, just don't tell anyone else we've talked about this. I know there are some who would want me to make you change.
Change? Me? You don't know me that well.
Right then. Good luck out there.
Oh no, Shotzi absolutely cares. She was like pissed because she thought that Gina was like the head booker, brother. And she was pissed because we didn't book her in a match. Even though that we're not the booker. We are the champion, but she's like conspiring in her head that, you know, Gina looked at Shotzi and she said, "That doesn't work for me, brother." And she didn't book her on the TBD promotion. Heat, Latino heat. The heck was that from me? Wow. We're gonna get those long boy signs, chat. Let's get it. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. I'm excited. I'm excited. She didn't book her.
It's Shotzi's opponent, who comes to WWE with a reputation.
Here we go. Can we bring our hardware out? No, come on.
Making her way to the ring from Kenya.
Long girl, chat. There she is in her Seth Rollins tights, yeah.
A bit of a legend on the indie circuit.
Where are her ears? Where are her ears, chat? Where are her fucking ears? They're like perked down because she's nervous. We're going to fight her in Raw Underground. Oh my god, no. Zach, you can't do this to me, man.
We're TBD on whether this woman has what it takes to make it in WWE.
You can't do it to me, dude. I'm not strong enough. I'm not strong enough to take this heat, brother. Is she a visionary? Some might say. Point to the sky. Is she revolutionary? You fucking bet your sweet bippy she is. Whoa! That was well timed. Wow. That was so well timed. Wow. That was crazy. I don't know what I mean, chat. You can spam the booze if you want, but unless it's Dominic Mysterio, I'm not sure how well it works. I'm not sure how well it works. That Seth married the wrong girl, LOL. I have practice. I'll let it play out. If you want to spam the booze, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I will say though, chat, I'm getting a little hungry. So probably after this match, we're going to take a bit of a food break. So that way I can maybe get something in my system, okay? I didn't know she like howl like a wolf. Maybe it's been a while. It really has been a while since I've watched WWE. Is Shotzi like prominently featured or no? Or is that not like really in the cards for her? Holy fuck, Byron. My god. Yeah, you wouldn't get it because you're not a furry, Moggle. You wouldn't get it because you're not part of the furs, Moggle. Is Shotzi a furry? Is she a furry? If she is, that's really cool. Let me see here. I'm thinking that now that we're out of the now that we're out of TBD for a second, we gotta do it.
Confident for her first time on Raw. Even though she hasn't been in WWE before,
Oh, hello.
she's been in big matches all around the world. I don't think this stage is going to phase
Oh.
her one bit.
So what do I need to do? Okay, I gotta defeat Shotzi by pinfall or submission. Okay.
But nothing can compare to the bright lights of WWE. At some point in this match, it will play a factor.
She has more screen time here than on TV.
Attacked in the midsection.
That's concerning. Well, listen. At least right now, she has that moment. I thought this was Punch-Out music for a moment. It is. It is Punch-Out music. Man, hello. It is, in fact, Punch-Out music. Hey, it's our favorite referee. What's his name again? Yeah, it's his favorite. Oh, what's his name? Lil Nate. It's funny because I'm watching Reliving the War on Wrestling Bios. And not too long ago, we got past the point in where like Charles Robinson was like Little Nate. Brother. Seriously, can't remember his name. Okay, it's Charles Robinson.
Live here tonight from Monday Night Raw, the flagship brand of WWE, the home to some of the greatest moments in all of sport.
All right, snapping her back to reality. This isn't a pose off.
Right? Thank you. Yeah. It is Charles Robinson. Yes. Hey, Stev, did you hear MLP G5 almost had their own version of Equestria Girls called Cutie Mark Club? Really? And then it got canceled. Or at least some production got canceled. Dude's been with WWE for years, seasoned veteran. Even before that, he was with WCW. It's where the thing like it's where the Lil Nate stuff comes from. Come on. This is about to be the most prominent local talent match of all time, chat. Ow! Come on. Nah. What the holy crap, back and forth match here. Come on. He's by far my favorite ref in wrestling. I don't know. A couple of the refs in WWE, or rather, you know, a couple of the refs on Dynamite and Collision. I fucking love them. Like I'm Bryce Rensburg has a lot of really good moments. For example, it's already 3 times longer than they normally are. I know. We are cooking here on Monday Night Raw. I need to like get to the signature move because the build for that is absolute. Oh, come on! For being so big. For being so big, she's so. She builds momentum so slowly, chat. Come on. Come on. No! Pretty Deadly's currently getting their match time cut down. Listen. Maybe Gina does have some creative control abilities. There you go. And Aubrey Edwards is really cool too, yes. I especially loved like in the first few years of Dynamite and where she had like an ongoing thing with Chris Jericho. I always got excited whenever she would ref one of his matches because it meant that they would have beef. Jey Uso recently did the People's Elbow at a house show with an Uso twist, the old yeet. Alright, chat. We gotta settle the debate once and for all, okay? A debate that we didn't know existed. Is or is the yeet stuff
It's almost
corny as
time
fuck?
for a 120 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
And what I mean by that is, does it kind of go beyond, like, the fucking... does it go, like, beyond kind of the point of being able to take it seriously? Right? Of being able to take Jey Uso as a character seriously. Because personally, I think there's a little bit of dissonance for me, you know? I think it's a little bit of dissonance. Yeet is eternal. It's corny, but it's the best kind of corny, like New Day during their prime. Sure. I can kind of see that, but I also think that, like, especially when it comes to the Bloodline stuff, it creates a bit of a disconnect. Although maybe that's kind of the point, right? Come on, let's go. 1, 2, body Shotzi! Body Shotzi! Hell yeah, brother!
Like Shotzi is just as bewildered as us.
I think furious is the word you're looking for.
Come on.
Shotzi from behind, taking out her frustration.
She's way too big to be taken down like that.
To the outside, coming our way. A loss like this could put Shotzi's title opportunity against Bianca Belair at risk.
Did you see that? The announcers had, like, lip syncing.
But there's a reversal.
Probably because there's going to be a table spot.
Something big here. We gotta move.
Come on. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Elevated powerball to the table! Yeah! Woo! Gina! Gina! What the?
Sorry about the table, boys. But Shotzi asked for more from Miss TBD, so she got it. Thanks for the mic, Byron. And by the way, watch our show!
Where can I find it?
Well, that sure was.
What the?
For God's sake, hold on to your mic next time, Saxton.
Wow, Byron, that's the most action you've seen in years.
What the fuck? Dude. Yeah. You know what? Gina is that bitch. Wow. Full of like an accordion mogul. I got through the table. Wow. Why does Byron still get like bullied here? Gina is that bitch, y'all. She's got tricks up her sleeve because she's powerful and great.
What the heck was that?
It's great.
We gotta go. Can't imagine the suits are gonna be too happy.
Let's let this suit speak for himself, shall we?
Damn.
Of all the impulsive, unhinged disasters I've witnessed in my career, my dear, that had to be one of the most excellent.
Wait, what?
You went out and defeated Shotzi. And
Yeah.
When things went sideways, you kept your head, stood up for yourself, and made a memorable moment for everyone in the WWE universe. Well done.
So you'll still pay me then?
You're not only getting paid, I'd like to offer you a full-time WWE Raw contract.
With all due respect, I'm not sure if I'm the type of person you want working for you.
Not to say, she's like Rhino.
Assumptions about who we are and what we want. And with all due respect, I'd suggest letting us decide those things for ourselves.
She's like the Big Show in WWE CW if he was good in there.
WWE wants you.
Holy shit.
Truly appreciate the offer, sir, but
I love how the camera was like following her there.
Why not? I'm just in the middle of a live show and trying to offer you a life-changing opportunity. But please, take your time.
The match is happening now, chat. I think it's Axiom versus Sax McSlacks. Either that, or Shining Wizard is about to get signed to SmackDown underneath his nose. Well, it's Gina. What a night.
It's almost time
Didn't
for a
expect that at all.
120 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Well, chat, we gotta take a short break here. We're gonna take another short break here. Gitsy, just come on in.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
How about fighting games?
How about
Of course,
fighting
we have to
games?
begin with Acclaim's long-awaited WWF Attitude.
Well, this is
While we
fitting.
have yet to review the N64
I need to find the
version,
WCW Thunder
PlayStation
one and
version
put
did not
that in
live
here
up to
too.
expectations. The graphics are very disappointing, especially during entrances, but the character animation
The classic
well done. Some modes do not even have
Gangrel sound
entrances.
effects.
I wish more than 4 players could be in the ring at once. Special moves are not listed in the manual, but some are listed in the Create a Wrestler section. Controls are okay.
Not gonna lie,
but the
chat, seeing
400
Triple
plus
H in
moves are
tights
not
is
easy
still weird to me.
remember and have no logical connection to any particular buttons. For example, the ass kisser move uses ups instead of
The
downs.
ass kisser move.
Still, you can't beat a game that offers this many options. We had a lot of fun creating.
How many
2 fat
seconds
black
are in
ladies
20
fighting
minutes,
one
chat?
Skinny white turd. You don't get to do that every day.
You don't get to do that every day. How many seconds is in 20 minutes? Whoa.
Tangled up. Oh, don't take it personal, son.
Don't. Who's Stone Cold talking to?
Another nice move by player 1.
Which one is Stone Cold, chat? Don't take it personally, son. So Fruity Pebbles is apparently for gamers, according to the ad I just watched. Everything on Twitch is for gamers.
That found its mark.
Chat, I got the worst joke of all time for you.
Om nom nom. Oh,
What?
excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw. Chat, I got a question for you. Apparently, Fruity Pebbles is for gamers. Well, I got a question for you, chat. In that case, what's the Flintstones' favorite video game? Take a guess. I want your guesses right now. Check, it's 3 guesses. 3 guesses. Get 3 seconds in order to give me the guesses. What is the Flintstones' favorite video game? What do they like to play as like a nuclear Yes, Patch. It's Rock Band. Their favorite game is Rock Band, chat. It's fucking Rock Band. Patch had it red. Patch had it red. She had that shit red. She had it. Yes. Ooh, I love it. Exactly. Why are you booing me? I'm right. I think that's a good time to go to break, chat. I'll be back in like 15-ish minutes, okay? I'll be back in like 15, 16 minutes, okay? Because I want to get food. You can keep on booing me out of the arena if you want. Keep on booing me out of the arena. How many seconds are in 16 minutes? Yes, I know 16 minutes is a while. I'm sorry. I gotta go to break. I'll be back.
It's break time. Where the heck's the cheaters, my dudes? Om nom nom. Oh excuse me, we're back my dudes.
I'm sorry, I needed food. I got beef stew in me, chat. Hello. Hello. Welcome back, everyone, to tonight's On Boy Club Me. Who all do we still have in chat, by the way? Who all do we still have in here? Who all do we still have? I want to know. So that way I can call you out. Shame ya. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Excuse me, I got beef stew in me. So if I come off as a little belchy, it's going to be because of that. Gina came to my home and invaded my ring. I never trusted her before, and I certainly don't trust her now. Well, you know what? I'm not fishing for your trust, and Gina isn't either. OMG, I knew that Gina wouldn't disappoint us on Raw, but that was awesome. Oh yeah, it was. Please let the record reflect that I know Gina, she's my friend, and I know her. Give her all the flowers. I love that. That's awesome. I'm here, but I'm hungry now that you mentioned beef stew, so I'm gonna make food now as well. Go and get foods. Go get foods. Looking for more crazy, amazing action like you saw from @Gina on WWE Raw tonight? Check out our next show. #TBD. If this was like TNA and Shotzi actually worked for TBD, we would be seeing a video of her wrestling a match on their fucking Twitter account. Like how we saw the Motor City Machine Guns last night. And how like TNA was like quick. They were right there to post, check out the Motor City Machine Guns in 2010 TNA or something like that.
I know that wasn't you about to tell William Regal no to a WWE contract.
Wait, is this you telling me to say yes to William Regal in a WWE contract?
Why wouldn't you sign?
I feel like, yeah. Bad bitch, heart of gold. There you go.
We've built together with
She has a lot of loyalty.
You know how much it means to me. I don't want to abandon TBD, and I don't want to abandon you.
TBD isn't going anywhere. You think I'm gonna let our momentum stop just because you get to go to the bigs? No way! Give it a chance. You hate it here, you come back home. But don't say no to the adventure.
I mean, it is kind of cool that Regal recognizes what I bring to the table.
Fuck yeah.
That was only one match.
Gina's so base, chat.
With what everyone assumed would be a quick victory for Shotzi.
And you don't think this is selling out?
Remember when we decided to start TBD?
Of course I do. As much as I
I love how she's not even looking up at her face. She's like looking at her.
Narrow vision of what
She's like looking at her tits.
And we sat down at that diner and decided if we ever started a promotion, we would let all kinds of people with all types of ideas get in the ring and fight, literally, for their vision.
Yeah, we were very idealistic before we had to pay bills. Remember those contracts we signed with each other on those diner napkins? But we did follow through on all of those plans. Aside from coming up with a name besides TBD, of course.
My point is, we had a mission. Still do. And now, you're getting a very real chance to take your vision to a company that has more reach than anyone else. You really want to make a difference and change this industry into what you think it could be? You can't say no.
Guess I have to find Regal and tell them yes then.
I'll let you get to it. Just don't big time us when you come home to visit, okay?
No promises.
Gina, I'm gonna make sure that she big times them. Ow, damn it.
Drizzly cheesy.
I wanted to make sure that like that was good. Hello there, Joe. How you doing tonight? Let's do it. All right, time to go to the fucking big leagues. We're on Raw, baby.
There she is, the so-called captain who came out of nowhere to defeat Shotzi and earn a Raw contract.
She's so large. She's so large. Also that fleece shirt, absolutely slaying. Absolutely slaying, chat. That's some queen shit. Although I really should have talked over there. I really should have talked over that because because now the thing's gonna get cleaned. Fuck. Oops. Alright, do we have... Oh no, this guy again? No! Not him! Happy first day of Raw. Last week didn't count. You're not a local anymore. Call me after. I'm gonna need all the gossip. Oh! Oh! I love their dynamic. I love them.
Hello, hello! Welcome
She's still cut off. She's still cut off.
Fan.
Really?
Oh, everyone on the team is a long-time admirer. Ever since we got word last week. It's a quick pivot to squeeze you in, but we're used to things changing fast around here. Not a problem at all.
Didn't think it would be?
I'm Troy Simpkin. Yep.
Oh, man.
That guy. I'm sure you've heard the more established superstars mention their favorite WWE producer.
I don't think I have.
Are you not mingling with your peers? That's
Well, the reason why is because you're on SmackDown, dude. You're the Miz's guy.
Outlining all the unwritten do's and don'ts.
Doesn't that make them written?
But before we get sidetracked, what I was getting at is we already have a few ideas of how to use you. Oh, we'll be in touch.
Do you maybe want to talk about some of the things I've been thinking or am interested in doing?
Like I said, get settled. We're working on some ideas. Gotta run. Later, Cat.
They actually call me Cap.
Huh. Could have sworn it was Cat. Oh well.
She is catty.
See where we land with the name.
Wow, I want to punch him. He's the same guy that was working with the Miz to screw over a Shining Wizard on on SmackDown during his run. The exact same guy. The reason why you haven't heard of Gina is because you're too busy sniffing the Miz's farts. Anyways, I know exactly what's going to happen, chat. They're going to stick her with some weird gimmick, and it's going to be... Wow. Okay. That is a crazy graphic. That's a crazy graphic, chat. Wow. She stands out like no one else has ever stood out. She stands out above the crowd, so on and so forth. Okay. So, it's like, what are we... It's like, what's the next move here, then? Opportunity of a lifetime. Got your attention? I know WWE can be stressful. Competing on the big stage against the world's best? Yikes. One thing that really helped me was this new breathwork and meditation app. It's amazing. You gotta try. You actually do need to try meditation, chat. It's been very helpful. Is this spam? Nikki, you might have gotten hacked. Not hacked. Really me. I'm serious. It's literally the best thing ever. It's completely changed the entire way It's completely changed the entire way I breathe. Inhale, exhale, repeat wasn't working for you? No, it doesn't. Listen. Okay. Chat. I've been meditating more recently. Like, this is complete shootsies, alright? I've been meditating more recently. It has been an absolute game changer for my mental health, alright? It has been an absolute game changer. Just having that base there and being like purposeful about it is very grounding, you know? It's very grounding. Huh, you mean unenlightening you mean unenlightening panting? Just wait. You'll see. I'll send you a discount code. Just let me know if unused, limited supply. It'll be your secret weapon for your next match. Guaranteed. Oh, This one might be a scam, though. I guess I don't have anything to lose. If you say it's that great, I might as well see what all the fuss is. Send me the code. Great. I'll set up an account for you. Look out for, you know, a thing with a download link from the app. And then enter code Nikki. Can't wait to hear what you think. What the fuck? Never trust YouTube ads. I did Factor through like a YouTube ad. I've been still doing Factor for like a while. You have no idea. Enjoy. Can't wait to find out how incorrectly I've been breathing. You have no idea. Enjoy. Really? Oh no, MyRise. My faction, actually. No. A download link, huh? That right there's malware. The site is called purposefulbreathing.exe. That is still the fucked up graphic, chat. We're gonna be seeing that the whole time, huh? Alright, here we go.
Here she is, the formidable and unflappable Cap.
The unwhatable? The unwhatable, my friend? So like, did we actually drop the title on our way out of TBD, or is that just like a vacant thing now? Did we not finish up our dates? Did we not finish up our dates, or like what's happening here?
Take that big indie reputation and drag it through the mud.
What was that one woman that signed with WWE this year and didn't like finish up all her dates? Because I know that like someone did that. I know that someone did that this year. Like they signed to compete on, I think it was NXT. And like they didn't. Yeah, Stephanie Vakir. Is Gina like that? Did she have dates with CMLL and just didn't follow through on them? Well, that's a shame, chat. We don't have hardware now. I'm not sure if we will at this point. I'm not sure if we will for like a while at this point. She was fleeing an abusive relationship, to be fair. Oh! Okay. I didn't know that. Who is she with? Alright, hold on. We need music again. What's the music? I'll do battle theme. Skyrim. Alright, attempt to defeat Cora Jade. With the boost of breath on your side, attempt to defeat Cora Jade by any result. Attempt to defeat Cora Jade. So wait, is she gonna be like harder now? Or like what's gonna be happening? Nice. Good. What the hell? What kind of bars is he getting thrown out of, chat? Also, did you see the Longboy Club one there? I saw it. It was fucking rad. They got that representation, chat. Probably because I put it in the game. Nice. Is that it? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Am I like sort of like powered up or what? Or is Cora Jade's like level like really low? Oh god, the 2 count glitch. The 2 count glitch? What you mean? What you mean? Also a feud over a meditation app. Is this the creative stuff that Tony Simpkin or Tony Simpin was laying out for us? Is this the creative ideas that we were promised? A WWE 13 had this thing where you never have a 2 count. The AI would kick out at 1 or you'd win. Is that what would happen? Maybe I just didn't play enough WWE 13 when I was, you know, a teenager. But I don't quite remember that. Although, to be fair, I didn't really play with, like, too many CPUs that were below, you know, normal difficulty. So, to answer your question, The person was El Maquatuero. I'm a Quattrero. I can't say I've ever heard of him. I probably butchered the name anyways. I probably really butchered it. Oops.
And now it looks like she's struggling for air. Continued shots to the core will do that to you.
Come on.
Dodges the attack just a smidge quicker. From behind.
Oh, damn. Got one move in this whole match. This right here's... Listen. This right here is going to show the power of meditation. It's like I've been saying, chat. The breath is a good base. The breath is a fantastic base, in fact. As you're about to see. Nah, she fucking reversed it.
Ara.
Oh, homunculus. Shouldn't have, man. Okay, I'm back. What kind of food did she get, Gibbs? Your girl has been, your girl's been practicing meditation. She's absolutely ready for Cora Jade here. She's absolutely ready for Cora Jade. Ooh, brother. Pin. Come on. 1, 2. Ah, I wanted that. I wanted it to be it. Really wanted that to be it. I heated up some pasta I had left over. Ooh, what kind of pasta?
Pot right in the stomach creates the separation.
I was about to say, I would like to have something a little more. I would like to have a bit more of a match here. Oh shit.
Can Jade close things out?
That's not Jade Cargill's move. Whoa, no fucking way. Every single time that I try to do something here, literally. You know what? No, we got that. We got that shit. Well, the meditation ad didn't really work, chat. Fuck me. Pasta with cheese sauce, very yummy. It's good. Anyway, I think we're about to go to bed. You have a good night, Patch. A good night, Stev. Good night, chat. You have a good night, Patch. Thank you for stopping by for the return stream. I gotta turn off the battle music. Oops. Well, victory. Our breathwork app has transformed Gina's game. Anyone else feel like harnessing the power within? Unleash focus, conquer challenges, and dominate in the ring in and out. Hit me up for a link. I have to admit, I did feel a little stronger. Intrigued. I'll absolutely give it a try. Setting up accounts for both of you. Look out for an email. I look away for 1 minute and you lose? Yeah, you gotta be watching the stream, brother. You never know what'll happen. Ava Moreno! You're back? Okay, we need, like... We need more speed, chat. Because Gina's moving out there like a slug. She is absolutely moving out there like a slug. So we need more speed. Movement speed, that's exactly what we need. We just need something that's a little faster than what we have. No more breathing for you, I guess. I guess not. No more breathing over here, lads.
So, sounds like Nikki's got you hooked on the breath app too?
It did seem to help me in my last match. I like it. I'm not sure I'd say I'm hooked.
Oh, you'll get hooked. The whole thing's a pyramid scheme.
The meditation app? The one that trains you to breathe?
That's how it starts. Before long, I was breathing all the time. Now that I'm nearly to diamond level, I don't think I could stop breathing if I tried.
Bro, what is this? Bro, what is this story?
That just sounds like basic biology. But if it's bothering you that much, and you're really worried it's some sort of pyramid scheme, why don't you just quit?
Oh
no. Let me be clear. I don't care that it's a pyramid scheme, as long as I'm at the top. Plus, at diamond level, there are a ton of new perks. All I've got to do is sign up a couple more people. I know we're technically Sisters of the Breath, but if you try to cop any of my referrals, I will drop you.
Is this like Duolingo, but for like meditation? Like, what is this?
All good. I'm just in it for the breathing.
She really said, have you tried not breathing anymore? She really said, have you tried not breathing anymore? That legit sounds like a Twitter roast.
You sound so gold level right now.
That legit sounds like a Twitter roast. Like you see an opinion that you don't agree with, and your first thing is like, have you tried not breathing anymore? Level up. Experience the extraordinary power of meditation apps diamond level. I've unlocked its incredible benefits. It's mind-blowing. Let me know who wants it. Join our exclusive community now. First, give me that code. Yes, please. I'm down. Diamond, yes, yes, yes. Lots of requests. No surprise. How about this? Sign up 15 friends and also win a battle royal. Winner gets the code. Good luck. Hashtag breathing. What kind of... This is like weird, right, chat? This is like a strange thing that we're kind of roping into. Also, it's very much like WWE to sign someone from, like, you know, the indie promotions. This is some superstars tight match. It is, though.
Making her way to the ring from Kenya.
Cap has been making waves.
I'm fine with skipping the entrances, chat, because we got 6 of them to get through. We got 6 of them to get through. We still don't really have a clear story just yet. Let's see, who the heck's coming out here? Man, I wish Sax was still here. Are you still here, chat? Are you still here, Sax? Because we got Java Crips tag partner here.
The feeling, the electricity in the arena right now is unlike anything I've ever felt in quite some time. This is gonna be good.
We got Java Crips tag partner here, Sax. Ava Moreno. What else do we have here? Wait. Who's this?
Not here to make friends. She is here to compete. One of a kind in this division is a vicious.
Isn't Xia Li in TNA now?
And master of.
I could have sworn that like I saw her in TNA. Zelina Vega.
Zelina might be.
With the Def Rebel music, of course. Taken from Wrestling Stock Library. Who's this? Oh, Caden Carter. Okay. Okay. For a second I confused her with Katana Chance. Okay. We need something faster for this. I'm gonna go ahead and do Mario RPG. Let's do it. Again, it's very much like WWE to like sign like the hot person on the indies. It's very much like them to sign someone that's prominent like on the indies. And then give them something like this. And also to have them lose like their first match after being signed. This is what happened with AJ Styles. She's getting like the very, very first year of Styles treatment here in WWE, or at least like the first few months, like when he was feuding with Chris Jericho, right? And then he lost to Jericho at Mania for some reason. I was about to say, can I like toss her out? I really want to toss her out. Can I like pick her up? I really want to pick her up. I'm big enough to do it. I'm big enough to toss her out. I can do it. I really, really want to. We're doing the most ridiculous stuff on like the undercard of Raw here. Again, like, yeah, you're absolutely right. This right here is like Superstars-esque. Come on! Yeah, baby! Wait, did someone else get eliminated? Nice. Holy shit! I'm glad that Moreno's still finding work after her tag team run. Alright, come on. So, like, if we get to the final 3 here, are they gonna do the thing? I'm not gonna be able to do it. It's way too much for this stage. Way too much for this stage. Oh, shit. Ow! Predictable! Right. You're out of here. No! I'm trying to eliminate someone! You absolutely blocked the elimination, you fool! You absolute imbecile. She's still so slow, Chad. Alright, well, never mind. It's fine. You're not gonna try to eliminate me, huh? Good. On.
She is just desperately trying to fight out of it.
Ah, come on. Uh-oh. Woo! Thank you, Xylee. Wow. That actually saved me there.
She scores big with the counter.
Come on. All right. Coming down to the final 2 is the person that we talked to backstage. Base. Come on. Yeah, exactly. The gun show. Now for the rest of the whole thing, Byron's gonna be simping for her on commentary. I really, really hope that's the case. That'd be so fucking rad. Cool, she won. Great. We have 15 free levels on Duo Breatho or whatever the heck it is.
Multiple times over the years. And she turned us down, Saxton. The WWE Universe might not remember that, but some of us are not gonna let her forget. I have a lot of respect for the performance.
Bro, why are you so, like, bent up about this? Closeted longtime Gina fan is Mr. Corey Graves. Longtime closeted Gina fan. Duolongo. Duolongo's good. You know what? We take that. We take those. We take that shit.
Have you managed to sign anyone up to the
Dog,
app?
me and my friends tried to fight Heroic Queen and the pugs. And the pugs we brought lied about knowing the fight and fucked us. An hour wasted. Oof. Have you managed to sign up anyone on the app yet?
Oh, what?
A fledgling
I
gasper.
just use the app. I'm not into all the hunting for recruits and everything.
Great. Then who do you know who might want to use the program? And will you give me their emails, phone numbers, addresses, and social security numbers if you have them?
Holy shit.
No.
Come on, Cap. You're messing with my livelihood here.
Your livelihood? You're a wrestler last I checked.
For now. But for how long? This could be my career post WWE.
A pyramid scheme?
Take that back. You don't use those terms. Those terms are forbidden among the breathers. Who told you this was a pyramid scheme?
Holy shit. Ava fell far ever since... Ava's fallen off ever since losing the women's tag titles with JavaScript. A legendary fall off.
You, a week ago.
A week's a long time. I'm gonna get to diamond level, and now I understand the app's vision. Picture it. A world where everyone, everywhere, no matter their background or income, breathing.
Isn't everyone already breathing?
Loses tag titles, starts breathing. You hate to see it. Yeah, you fucking do. You fucking do, coach. Wow. What a fall off. You hate to see it.
Not properly. They don't know. The outsiders don't know the true power of the breath.
Okay, I have to be honest with you. You're making this whole thing sound really crazy. If this is what the app is doing to people, I think I'm just gonna breathe on my own.
Alright, chat, do I need to, like, defend the good name of meditation here or something? Or are we, like, all in agreement that this is, like, nuts?
Then I can no longer speak with you. I must sever all connections with outsiders because they are not one with the breath, and therefore hinder my path to enlightenment and disrupt the harmony within our sacred community.
Meditation is not a cult, chat.
You've severed all connection with reality. And I hate to tell you this, but you're in a cult.
Holy shit, she's so smart. Exactly, that's what I said. That's what I said. Holy shit, she's so smart.
That word is even more forbidden than pyramid scheme. It is my sacred duty to defend my sisters of the breath. You and me, in the ring, now!
Try not to pop every blood vessel before we even get there.
So anyway, I started breathing. It's like Always Sunny. So anyways, I started breathing. Okay, so again, is this like a normal episode of Raw, or are we like on pay-per-view with this shit? Okay, good. It's a normal episode of Raw. This has to come like after, I don't know, like this has to be the come down from something else, you know? Like before this, it was like Roman Reigns and John Cena or something. Must be Raw 2000 or something. LMAO. Too Cool and the Hardys are after this.
It's good to have goals, but we're just gonna have.
I mean, to be fair, I would watch something like this over what they were doing with the women in the year 2000. To be perfectly fair. Fallen, absolutely meteoring down the card is Ava Moreno.
It might be time for an intervention. If you just use the link I.
Okay, hold on. We need music.
Stampede!
Hello, Mario.
What? Snake Station
Hello,
with the
Mario.
Long Boys, girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello there, welcome to
Mario.
tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. I have things timed down now so that things are in a queue whenever the hello Marios happen. Hi there. Hello. For Jesus Christ. For those of you who are unaware, my name's GIRAFFE. I'm the president of the Lawn Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we're back in the streaming saddle. Honestly, I'm feeling a little bit tired, but I'm still fucking here. And we're gonna have a fun time for the rest of the night. Let me tell you something, brother. But first, we gotta settle the score with a chronic breather in the ring right now. Because the current storyline that we're on is that we have our girl here. Her name is Gina. Competent, giraffe mutant in the ring. Absolutely beastly in the ring, as we all know. And she's feuding with an old character from our Cursed Wrestling universe, Ava Moreno, over a meditation app that may or may not be a cult. And I have no choice but to defend the good name of meditation as an actual helpful tool in your mental wellness journey by defeating her in the ring and stealing all of her sign-up links. But yeah, Snake Station, how the heck was your stream, my friend? Thank you very much for rating on in. Mods, can I please get a shout out for the one and only Snake Station for rating on in here with the friggin' just, I'm not even gonna say like the number because, you know, I don't want to, you know, come off as like a big mark. But holy fucking shit, man. Holy shit. Thank you so much, my friend. It was really, really kind of you. What were you playing? What the heck were you playing? And did you have fun with it? I know I'm having fun tonight because we're back in the streaming style once again after 5 months. After 5 long months, we're back in the saddle. And once again building on our lovely Cursed Wrestling universe. By, of course, defeating Ava Moreno. I'm gonna do, Purpose here. Id Purpose. I was about to say, like, like Michael on commentary is absolutely not fucking with the pyramid scheme. I'm gonna go ahead and shout out Snake Station here real quick. Snake Station. Will that work?
It's almost time for a 120 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Okay, the exclamation mark shout out thing does not work. Mod, can I please get someone to shout him out? I would love that. I'd appreciate that very much. Fucking go and follow Snake Station. They're really, really cool and they're really fun. They have a really super high effort stream. A very silly model. We here at Lawn Boy Club enjoy furry and scaly streamers that are literally just the interpretation of like what they're supposed to be. Come on. I'll knock the breath right out of you. We're gonna show everyone here on Raw just how far Ava's fallen ever since losing the tag strips with Java Crit. We're gonna send her to work at Best Buy now, chat. Ugh. Nice. Oh, hello.
And momentum is slipping away from Moreno.
Yeah, Ava has to pull a trick from her sleeve.
So how do I? Okay, there you go.
Start counting, Saxton. 1, 2, 3. We could be here all day. Power.
I think you're right.
Ooh, nice.
Look at
Yeah.
From the crowd.
what a barrage of stops. You gotta wonder if there's more.
Whoa, whoa, hello. No. I'm gonna knock the breath out of you. Come on. Woo! Hello. Listen, who needs to pick up the pace when you can just pick up your opponent? like that. Who's got to pick up the pace when all you got to do is pick up the opponent like that? But no, I'm a Snake. Snake's Raiders. How have you been? How is your stream? Just a second. Nice. Senton. How much more do I need to do to build momentum? I gotta do a lot, don't I? I'm giving way too much for someone that's for like this lower mid-card feud. We're giving way too much for what's essentially just a lower mid-card feud. Come on. Yeah, baby. No. Get out of here, you. She really is being destroyed in there, isn't she? Case in man. Absolutely dominating.
Yeah, Byron, you are dangerous.
Is Gina.
Collateral damage in this one.
Once again. I really, really, really want to get like the Jericho cocky pin with like the one leg and stuff.
Oh, this is not good at all. The pendulum backbreaker stretch.
We got to give her like the squash match treatment, chat.
She kicks out with force. What does she have to do to put her away?
Genuinely, I don't know, Maggle. Ow. I genuinely do not know. Although, to be fair, Ava's not really the toughest one we've done so far. Cora Jade's the toughest one because, like, we fucking lost that match, and our first instinct apparently was to be like, hey, this meditation app's pretty freaking good.
Somehow still has the energy for a quick kick out.
She does still have the energy for a quick kick out, but that's mostly because Ava's not done anything this whole match. Wait, hold on. Ava's cooking.
It's
Ava's
almost
cooking a
time
tiny
for a
bit.
120 seconds
Another
Cheetos break,
powerbomb!
my dudes.
Another powerbomb on the Gina. Alright, do I have another snooze? I do not have another snooze. We're about to be forced into an ad break, chat. I gotta finish this up real fast. No! No! I am going to murder your bloodline. Hold on a second.
Oh, this is not good at all. The pendulum backbreaker stretch.
All right.
I think so.
Is that gonna be it? Ah, we got our arm over the ropes for leverage, chat.
Digging deep into their well to keep this match going.
You know what? I'm not want a match by submission yet. Let's try it. No! No! Come on.
And now she's climbing to the top turn.
We are not gonna be blocked by Gitsy. I feel like we're about to be blocked out by Gitsy, chat. I'm gonna try my best. Pump handle suplex, come on! Come on! No, come on, no! Please.
It's break
No!
time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
You gotta be kidding me! Okay, Gitsy, go and do your thing. Go do your thing.
Signosis offers
Yeah,
much the same experience
Signosis!
with Formula
Formula
One
One
racing.
racing.
In
In
fact,
fact,
the
these games are so similar that
once
once again we question why this genre is so popular. We have yet to see any tracks that blow us out of our chairs. No huge loops, no gigantic ramp launches, no driving through waterfalls. Nothing imaginative. These games are supposed to be fun first and simulation second. Where's the creativity? Why not have a game where you have to find and drive to the hospital before your wife delivers a baby? Now that would be fun. Rather than compete against other racers, you have to avoid, like I said, by keeping a low the speed limit, obeying right-of-way laws, and not tailgating. Any foul up and the cops will pull you over. The best part is that you don't know how to get to your location. You have to read the road signs and hope you explore in the right direction. Anyway, Formula 1 has a nice colorful graphics and a large number of tracks, 17 to be exact, but it's still a jar, folks. A jar all the way. Still fucking got it after 5 months. 5 months, actually. I still mostly got it after 5 months. Holy shit. Wow. I can't believe I did it, chat. That's my streamer. Yes, I'm happy to be your streamer. I'm so happy to be your streamer. I can't believe we did it, chat. Right, are we almost back? We almost back, homunculus?
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Alright, let's actually defeat Ava here. Anyways, welcome back to Raw. Where it's now the end of the match. Probably. 1, 2. No, really? Okay. No. Fine. Fine, we're gonna do some Hulk Hogan stuff here. No. I need to do the bear hug, chat. I gotta do the bear hug. I gotta do the Hogan our truth face. I gotta do the Hogan bear hug. What the f— Chat, what kind of dive was that? She was practicing the dive. I lied. We're still in commercial break. We're still in commercial break. What a maneuver. No kidding. We're still in commercial break, chat.
She has accepted tap out here. She's in the bear hug. She can be close to tapping out and fighting with everything she has. And that right there will do it.
What's that to say? We were saying this is like 2000s era Raw, or like Raw like in the year 2000. I don't think this is like after a big match. I just think this here is the dark match at that point. I'm pretty sure this right here is the dark match. Yeah, see? A normal match wouldn't end like that, probably. It probably end with some kind of interference. Because that was just, you know, the style at the time.
But I just do not trust this woman. Once a promoter, always a promoter. You have to wonder where her loyalty really is.
Once a promoter, always a promote.
Kappa has more than proven herself since coming to WWE. This certainly wasn't an—
Listen. She may have been the one with the pen. But that doesn't mean that she has to be, you know, hated. Sorry about the tension with all Ava. A community harmony matters. Anyway, I'm glad you're loving the app, but why haven't you signed up any new users? I need help with the referral. God, I can't read it. Oh boy. Let's schedule training. Being a breath ambassador is vital. Let's help the world breathe. The world is breathing fine. The only problem is this crazy breathing cult pyramid scheme you've got everyone wrapped up in. I heard you felt that way, but refused to believe it. You're making a lot of enemies. If you're not going to breathe with us, at the very least use your nose and keep your mouth shut. Do not get in the way of our respiratory renewal. Or else. Or else what? Your app has caused enough harm. End it or end you. You're so confident? Let me take you on. And you're breathing in the ring. If I win, you abandon this nonsense. Unless you're afraid that your app hasn't truly helped you as you claim. I'm powered by inhalation inspiration. I can't lose, and when I win, you agree to leave me and my brothers and sisters of the breath alone. Don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. I would never. You either breathe with us or against us. It's like the Nexus. We breathe alone in the unknown. So on and so forth.
Welcome a superstar who defines
Good.
tenacious, brave, and driven.
All right. We got one more in this weird mid-card limbo that we're in. We spent a whole month doing this shit. Y'all. We got a storyline for the dark community here. We got a storyline here for like the dark match community, you know? This right here is for the people who are really in the know.
A cool, refreshing sip of water.
Hey, thank you. Oh my god. Attempt to take down Nikki Cross. Okay, so like we don't even need to win this match. Wild Pokemon. Let's see here. Wild Pokemon, Megalovania, Meta Ridley, let's do that. This right here is what it feels like to do meditation. This is what it sounds like, chat.
It's from a meditation app, and Nikki Cross fights to breathe new life into its reach.
It's embarrassing how a multi-level marketing thing has led someone to wanting to throw down over a lack of signups.
Let's just all remember how easy it is to get wrapped up in stuff like this. It can happen to anybody. Getting tossed around. Just got thrown around like a sack of you-know-what. Ooh, what a four-arm club.
And that snow speeder kicks some major you-know-what. Oh, this is OG NXT stuff, back when it was a reality show. LMAO. You know, it does kind of give off those vibes, doesn't it? It gives off, like, early NXT vibes. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, the gun show. This right here is mommy ass, chat. You've heard of daddy ass Billy Gunn. Well, here comes mommy ass Gina.
And she breaks free before a one count. She's really letting her opponent know how much fight she has. And Cross gets stonewalled.
Working the midsection there.
Come on.
Taking their time. Oh, vertical suplex.
I like to think this is before the Wyatt 6 stuff. The reason why she joined the faction is because she stopped meditation. And she allowed, like, her innermost thoughts to take control of her.
You're in the middle of a match.
Come on.
Discus punch. Nice counter.
Ah, dang it. Okay. Nah. I'm gonna pin you. 1, 2, nah. Okay, yeah. Yep.
2 fists full of hair. This can't be legal.
Ooh, yeah. Nice. Great.
right to the back. Will this be
You know what? I'm gonna see if this actually does it. 1, 2. I really... If you don't breathe right, you join a gang of sickos and kill a bunch of WWE workers in the gorilla position. I was about to say, they literally just killed Chad Gable. Again, like, what exactly is, like, their beef, though? Like, what are they doing now? Are they still, like, a thing on Raw? Like, I've not really heard about them in a while, not since, like, a few weeks after they debuted.
like that will weaken you mentally as much as it does physically. From the apron all the way to the outside.
Nice.
She's gained command of
Great.
this. You can tell she is fully focused now. Thrown back in under the ropes.
Again, this is like something for like the dark match community. I like to imagine that the people who are watching this, honestly, no clue what their beef was about. I don't think it went anywhere. That's a real shame, honestly. Because like you put in like all of this effort, right? In order to get like people like really engaged in it. And then you just end up going nowhere with it. Like, that's a huge waste of everyone's investment. They haven't been on Raw in a minute, but then again, I haven't been following super closely. It's weird because, like, with the kind of buzz that the Wyatt Six were getting, you would think that people would be keeping more tabs on them. But I haven't heard much from them, like, since like a couple weeks after they debuted.
For the decorated superstar. If the decorations are made of construction paper and tape, she was a big fish in a small pond who caught a lucky break. Losing like this would demoralize
Because
the superstar, but lucky for Nikki,
because like, you know, not only is it a failed angle, it's a failed angle in tribute to someone else. You know? Well, I don't know exactly if it's a failed angle, but I do know... Wait, hold on. Attention all wrestlers involved in a new meditation app. As law enforcement initiates their investigation into what appears to be a cult-like situation, expect requests to provide relevant information. Your cooperation is crucial. Safety first, seeking truth. Man. That's crazy, dude. We're getting law enforcement involved in this shit now? Alright, so I guess now the idea is that we meet... Look at how tiny Candice LeRae is compared to her! That's crazy!
Hello, Mario.
Cheetah Tequila, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. I appreciate you following, my friend. We're over here talking about wrestling. If you enjoy wrestling, if you enjoy ponies, RPGs, that sort of thing, then you are more than welcome to be over here, my friend. You're more than welcome to be over here anyways. I appreciate seeing you.
Ah, I see. Another superstar is desperate to sit underneath my hallowed learning tree.
I am the learning tree!
You're still new around here, and you clearly don't fit in.
Pretty early to
What
make
the heck is it with wrestling and learning trees?
That's not the point. You know what you need?
advice from someone who's not you.
Exposure. I, of course, benefit from not only being multi-talented in all areas of my life, but from being the hottest talk show host in all of WWE with my show, Ding Dong Hello. Now, being on a show like that will get you exposure.
Do you want me to come on Ding Dong Hello, Bailey?
Of course not, you dummy. I only book stars, not desperate newbies. Everyone wants to be on my show. It's very competitive.
Then what are we
Why is Bailey a good VA, chat?
Sapling. I was getting to that. Like I was saying,
Why is Bailey a good VA?
are very competitive for press. And if you wanted exposure, I heard the bump is booking the winner of an upcoming Fatal 4-Way.
Then I should try to get in that Fatal 4-Way. You may be annoying, but you do have a point.
She's so good. Yeah, she's like really good.
Original idea. Thanks for letting me know your detailed plans.
Not just yet. So wait, hold on. If I talk to the other people in the locker room, is that like a different... Is that like something different?
See you in a WWE
Look at how tiny she is compared to her! Look at itty bitty Candice LeRae!
While we were on the Indies together.
What can I say?
Look at wee itty bitty Candice LeRae! Ow.
Hello, Mario.
Honestly, I don't know what her deal is. You were always great to me when I was booked at TBD.
Glad to hear it.
So, what's your game plan here?
Game plan?
Look at tiny itty bitty Candice LeRae.
Win, repeat.
Oh, jeez.
What?
You're on a different level now. You can't just do
Ow.
what you've always done and expect to succeed. You have to do the work. For instance, it's not just winning, it's how you win.
What do you mean?
Winning in ways that make an impact. I know you know your stuff, but I'd be happy to give you some WWE-specific pointers. I trained wrestlers while I was on the Indies, so I'm used to helping people find their groove.
I'd appreciate it.
Actually appreciate that a lot, Candace. I'm trying to put my best foot forward here.
Of course, lesson 1. Making your opponent tap makes a statement to both the WWE Universe and the locker room. Everyone's talented around here, but...
I think I'm gonna call it a night. It may or may not be 6 a.m. over here. I hope you have a good stream. Missed you. I missed you too, Keeves. Thank you very much for hanging out for over 3 hours. Damn. Over 3 hours. Shit. I will say though, chat, the 6-hour thing, for the first time, probably won't be happening. I may have bit off a little more than I could chew there. I think what's more likely is we'll work our way up in hours over time as we get more reps in. We'll do one more mission here, then we'll probably raid out to someone. I don't know who, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. First off, what the heck does Carmelo want?
So amazing that I get to be part of your WWE story. You're welcome.
Excuse me?
Your debut was fire. Wearing that TBD shirt and grabbing the mic from Saxton. And I'm obviously always part of anything that's fire around here. So, I'm gonna be your tag team partner.
I do not want to be in a tag team. I don't think so.
Sorry.
Huh. That's too bad, because I talked to Troy and he was really into it and said he would set up a match for us.
Still not interested.
That doesn't make me more interested, Carmella.
Regardless, if a WWE producer says it's happening...
I guess we are teaming up sooner than later. But sooner is not tonight, and later is also not tonight. You're gonna have to... You're gonna have to give a rain check on that shit, bestie, because... that's not happening. Not in my house. I want to get in that fatal 4-way. Either that, or the Candice LeRae stuff.
Hey there.
I'm thinking Candice LeRae.
Why not? I'm trying to be open.
Look at her, she's like, she's like tiny itty bitty.
This will be fun. Let's hop right into it. Making your opponent tap makes a statement to both the WWE Universe and the locker room. Everyone's talented around here, but if they acknowledge you in the ring, they have to acknowledge you behind the curtain.
Makes sense.
I know you have a match with Chelsea Green coming up. Make her tap and win by submission.
I have a feeling that this one's going to be hard, chat. Her submission stat is not up to where it needs to be. And I just leveled her up in like 2 things that are not submission, I believe. So this is going to be a little tough, but I think we can do it.
Commanding the ring and forging her path, the captain.
Finally, we're going to begin a showcase that's not based on a pyramid scheme. No more pyramid schemes for old Gina. Just complete domination in the ring is on the agenda. And for domination, we need the appropriate music, chat. It's Chelsea.
Chelsea Green is here. Two emerging super.
Here we go.
Both trying to make a big statement tonight. Shouldn't they want to make a big statement every night?
We got that SmackDown music, chat.
There might be some extra motivation for Cap in this match.
Complete domination in the ring, and who better to make someone look dominant than Chelsea Green? Who better? Yeah, brother. The absolute power on display for Gina is unreal.
Great presence of mind by Chelsea Green. Placed in the corner.
Also, this one here is the best track from Here Comes the Pain, I believe. I think this is the best one. Yeah, neck breaker, baby. Shout out to our boy. All right, what all do we have here? We have the Dominator. We have the Spitty Power Bomb, in fact. Okay. I know what we can do. We'll conduct a Powerbomb Symphony, but only one stanza is getting written, because the whole song is weird. It's too much. Yeah! Look at those 24,000-inch pythons, chat.
What an interception! Dragon screw! Chelsea Green might be waking up. The U-turn Chelsea needed in this match.
Absolutely incredible stuff here on display from Gina. Also, Chelsea's showing up a little bit, not gonna lie. What the heck was that? Not gonna lie. Ooh, the backstabber. No.
Just looking for ways to wear out her opponent.
She's so slow.
She's starting to drag a little bit. They've definitely taken their lumps at this point. Their opponent is not.
Nice. We need to make sure that we win by submission.
Lifting them up. Relative ease. Followed up with a vicious
Makes crushing rock seem such a breeze. Okay, we need to make sure that we win by submission.
Chelsea must be fake.
Standing or lying on the mat by submission. And I think that the bear hug's probably where we're going to get it.
Crucial turnaround there because Chelsea was falling behind. She was getting grinded down, but that
It's a little too much to the well there.
Oh my God. Face first. Can she keep her down? Great officiating.
Shit.
She was on the ropes. Saw that one coming. The close of this match is just ahead. I hope she got a little something extra left in the tank. Otherwise, she's in trouble.
Again, it's important that we make this be a squash. Mostly a squash. Woo! Holy shit, German! What an absolute beast in the ring. Holy shit. He really likes it. He really likes the Axe Bomb. Oh!
She's in the bear hug. She could be close to tapping out and fighting with everything she has. And that right there.
All right, yellow body. No.
Into the surf. She is desperate to get out of this submission some way, somehow, and she does. Miraculous.
All right, do we have a... I was about to say, do we have a signature here? We do. All right, Dominator. Now let's try the submission. Oh. This is a lot more offense than I was expecting from Chelsea Green. It's a lot more offense than I was expecting from her. No, come on. No. The issue is, if I cannot beat Chelsea Green by submission here, it's going to be incredibly tough. Like, she has, like, trauma in her torso area. There's absolutely no way that she can be made worse at this point in time. Unless they do that nerve pinch! Deadly nerve pinch! Chat. I fear that we put ourselves in an unbeatable position here. In like an unwinnable position. Because unless you have a high submission stat, this is going to be hard. Unless you have a high submission stat, stuff like this is pretty hard. I was about to friggin' lose all of it there. Wow. No. No!
It's almost time for a 120 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
My dude, I'm not even trying to, like, pantomime for this like I usually like to do for this. This is actually, like, hard. Alright. I need a break because my mashing arm is hurting. So, we're gonna run the ad.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. Like, I need to, like, take a second here anyway, so Gitsy.
Evil 2 is definitely the devil of a game.
You take the reins for a second.
Full motion video. Violent full motion video. Make that very violent full motion video. Complete with shots to the head and seizure-induced corpses. Resident Evil 2 has the same gameplay as the original. In that respect, the game's a disappointment, but no one, including us, will be able to resist this game. The gore is not the big draw here, at least not for us. It's the suspense, the eerie music, the awesome full-motion video. We really get annoyed with having to shoot.
There's a huge part of me that really hopes that you can just back out and choose another mission.
Really slows down the game.
This crap really slows down the game.
Gimmick every time we find a zombie. And that
also, Chia Tequila, thank you for following
fact, you
on Blue
usually
Sky.
find zombies hanging together in huge crowds, making the job even more difficult. People like to say how scary
and for joining the
Evil 2
Discord
is.
server.
We haven't felt a shiver yet, but we haven't played the game alone in the dark. That's probably the best way to play. Resident Evil 2, on the whole, is an excellent game that no one should be without. It's no Tomb Raider, but we shouldn't expect it to be either. Resident Evil 2 does a great job at capturing the horror mood like no other game ever made. The controls still have that watch where you're going, I overshot the doorway feel, but by now, everyone's used to this style of control, so we're giving it a generous C. Everything else gets an A. Resident Evil 2 comes highly recommended.
Incredible. Thank you very much for the game recommendation, George Wood. Appreciate you, boo. Okay. Let's try this one more time, chat. What if we
nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Tap Chelsea out. It's nothing personal. I genuinely think that, like, it's going to be hard to, like, get her to tap out, though. Alright, let's try this again. New music.
What we just saw was not able to seal the deal with her best move. Now she's asking, what more can I do?
You can't. I can't do it because she's too big.
And Chelsea there, getting him some more late offense. Yeah, Green reminding us just how much resilience. Don't do it. Oh, just got
Nice.
target there. Face, meat floor. I think I see a few teeth on the floor. She's sent back in under the ropes. She's about to rise up to something catastrophic. Big knockdown. Oh, looking for it. Back body drop. Oh, she can't finish off her attack. Dominating shoulder tackle. Oh my, what a splash.
I need. It's impossible, chat. I can't do it. The submission stat is not high enough. Chat, I swear to God. Okay, well, what if I... No! Holy shit! Well, this right here is the most competitive squash match of all time, Chad, I gotta say.
She shoots up the top rope. Dangerous thinking from the top rope. Oh my God, what a move. Get to the midsection.
Spinning powerbomb! Nice.
This spells trouble for Chelsea.
Alright, let's try the submission now. Dude! I can't do it! I can't do it! No! I can't do it! I can't do it, chat! I'm not strong enough! My submission game is not there! It's not it, King!
Goes under the ropes to get back inside.
My submission game is not where it needs to be here. I am genuinely concerned. It's like, if I can't beat this, then like the run is like stuck. It's over. It's fucked. It's over. I'll need to reset.
Heads outside, but this one has to end in the ring. And she slides her back to the mat. Clothesline knockdown. Here we go. Comeback time. This superstar
Alright, let's try it again.
pace begins to quicken.
Fuck yeah.
Plants them. And she's using this moment to summon all of her strength.
Alright, let's try one more time.
Will she get it fully locked in? You can see the agony on her face. This is painful. Can she hang on? She might
How? How do you do it? I don't know if it can be done. I don't know if it can be done. I'm not even like bigging it up here. This is like genuinely like a little painful. How much resiliency does Chelsea Green have, chat? She's gonna need some assessments after this. Fuck it. We're gonna go the whole. We're gonna break her down bit by bit. Let's try it.
Boston Crab applied, and it does not look pleasant. Is she gonna tap, 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 tap? What the? Oh, wait a minute. Turns the leverage for a
What the fuck?
And she kicks out right away. Late in the match, but somehow has the incomparable power to kick out before the 1 count. Oh, someone call a dentist.
It's late in the match, my friend, but I don't know if it's. Same, brother. Same. Okay.
Throws her back in from ringside. She wants it one more time. Oh, heinous knee to the face.
All right, that's it. That's gotta be it. Come on! Woo! Let's go! Holy shit! I thought that was gonna be impossible. That was really hard. Wow. That was really, really hard.
Freaks fighting in warehouses. It's quite another to rise through the ranks of WWE. Chelsea.
Ooh, I need to stretch. You gotta step out and stretch
Mario.
after that. So, what's up? I made it in time to see some Long Boy Club. Hello! How you doing? I just got a workout. My right arm just got a workout. Was straight up jorking it on the fucking DualShock, or the DualSense, I should say, in that submission match because our hero Gina here has absolutely shit submission stats. Holy shite. Great match. The locker room is chattering after that submission victory. Also, I talked to Candace, and I think your pitch for the next match is great. I've already got approval from the rest of the team. What are you talking about? I know, I was surprised you had a good idea too, but we really liked it. We'll get it set up for next week. See you then. What are you talking about? No. Do not tell me it's a tag match. Off work, so time to enjoy myself, LMAO. And you're here to do that? No. I'm kidding. Thank you.
Mind filling me in on this pitch that Troy messaged me about? Apparently, I had a very good idea.
Troy is on both Raw, doing producing duties, and on SmackDown being Mrs. Lackey against Shining Wizard. Dude is putting in work.
Oh, sorry. I meant to tell you about it first, but I got too excited and I couldn't stop myself from spilling to Troy. But it's good, I promise.
Okay.
Your submission match definitely increased your buzz within the WWE universe. But what could make an even bigger impact while keeping it fresh?
You tell me.
Knocking out your opponent.
That's... yeah.
Well, wouldn't be the first time.
Exactly. And the WWE Universe will eat it up too. Troy's putting it all together, and Piper Niven's in. Apparently, she's still got some lingering issues about a former name she had and wants to blow off steam.
it'll be an official WWE sanctioned KO match.
I like it, and I'm excited. I've got some steam of my own to blow off.
This right here is how you showcase a new talent. You don't put him in some throwaway storyline about some like BS like meditation app. That's probably not even that good to begin with. That's a saturated market, man. You're not gonna get any headway in that besides like the very newest to the art of meditation. It's not gonna happen. But you know what will get you traction is by showing that whether it's by pinfall, submission, or knockout, Gina is a force to be reckoned with. There's only one way out, and that's knockout. Gina faces Piper Niven next week on Raw. You have them fight Piper Niven until someone gets KO'd. Makes perfect sense. This right here is how you showcase a new monster in the women's division. Show them that no matter what, you are dangerous. Soul, have you seen Gina yet? Well, you have now. There she is. Not only that, have you seen her jacket? Looks familiar, doesn't it? It might. It might look familiar. But once you see the back, you're gonna be stoked. Check out the back here.
It's good to have goals, but we're just gonna have to see if she has what it takes to make the climb. I have my doubts.
Check out the back once it happens. Bam! Long Boy Club. There it is. She got the Long Boy Club swag just like her brother Gira. You asked if I've seen Gina, then Twitch crashed on me. LMAO. Twitch was like, Gina, I think you mean bullshit. And then it crashed. I think you mean the absolute drizzling shits. Good. Incredible. Incredible work. Incredible work by all involved, Bezos. You're good. All right, here we go. Knockout match. It is Gina versus Piper Niven. See, this right here, again, it's how you introduce a new wrestler. It's firmly in the mid-card for now. But
no nonsense, no more gimmicks, just Piper Niven. And all she wants to do is drop the competition. That was decent, Corey. I have my moments.
Good job.
I've been waiting for this all night.
Here we go. All night, huh? We're gonna give them... Oh, Gina wasn't made Universal Champ day one? Wild thought for these stories. No, Shining Wizard. Shining Wizard got the rocket strapped to him immediately. It was a little different. But listen, it was an incredible fight that he had to keep the title around his waist. He almost got bodied by current NXT North American champion Tony D'Angelo, who wasn't even in like the champion conversation last we checked in on him, you know? Back when Shining Wizard was having his legendary title reign, he hadn't even sniffed gold besides like the NXT tag titles, right? I think it was the NXT tag titles that he held. It's one of the two. Either way, like, it's way different for him now. But back then he was nothing. But then he had that chairs match with Shining Wizard, and then, yeah, exactly. The huge Shining Wizard rub gave him the Heritage Cup and the North American Championship. That's what working with a living legend will do to you. And now, maybe the women on Raw will have the same luck whenever they go up against old Gina here. But first, we need to find some music. What's like some good like Hard Knocks music? Yeah. Here comes the pain.
Working on their arm. Punch to the face.
No nonsense. Real fucking graps.
Took a lot of power to pull that off, but you have to do all you can to break down the larger opponent.
Ooh, brother. Coming from the mean streets of Kenya, dude.
Into the corner. This can't be good. In the corner. And an elbow for good measure.
She'll have to employ some of the Hard Knocks attitude that her brother Gira had. Thankfully, she was raised again on the mean streets of Kenya, dude, brother Jack. And tonight, Piper Niven's gonna get that rub, dude. That real, straight shooter Gira rub. Nice. Woo! Sheesh. Man. So like, is this gonna be a squash match, or is this gonna be like how it is on like Dynamite whenever they get someone new? And where they like have them have like competitive matches and stuff. Personally, I think it's more entertaining when the matches are a little more competitive, especially on stream, because it's not really fun to just like watch, you know, me like dominate everyone. I feel like it's kind of why I pantomime stuff a lot. Gina making Piper look like EO size-wise. Really is. The only aggravation here is Piper's face, or rather, Piper's face when Gina's fist meets it. Yeah, I think we got to give Piper a little bit here. But yeah, like, Gina's massive. I didn't even realize how massive she was, but we made her, like, ginormous. She's an absolute beast in the ring. It's unreal. Come on. So wait, is this like... Oh man, it is no DQ, isn't it? On to the kendo stick. Gira, get the tables. Do we want tables, chat? Yeah, I think we want tables. Let's go get the tables. Wait, can we not do tables? Alright. Well, here, hold on. I have something better we can do. Listen, if we're gonna do knockout, if this right here is gonna be a knockout match, we gotta do it up, you know?
And we might be about to go from commentators to participants in this one, fellas. Going for sliced bread, but a counter.
Nice. Actually, no, that's not very nice. Oh no, Piper's got her freaking finisher. How do I pick up dudes? Right? No. I'm trying to like get her on the table, chat. Because if we like have the finisher on the table, I feel like that's gonna be it. All right, here we go. No! They're fighting on the announce table, by God. They're fighting on the fucking table! Woo! Wow! Ooh, here we go, chat. I'm thinking that's all right, here we go.
Hello, Mario.
Ashen Dice, hello. Welcome to tonight's On Boy Club meme where we're putting a woman through a no! She is the table! Holy fuck! She is the table! Holy shit! We didn't even break the table! Listen. NJPW table tonight, exactly. Wow. We got a little bit of hardcore there, didn't we? We got the kendo stick. We got the announce table, kinda. I mean, we kind of cock-blocked the friggin' crowd, didn't we? We kind of cock-blocked the crowd a little bit there. Because the table didn't break. But we did give Piper Niven a CTE. So that counts for something. That counts for something, I think. I've been enjoying the last couple matches from Gina, but honestly, where's the bill? Kind of seem just haphazardly strung together to me, albeit with intense finish. No, I do not want this friggin' like. I do not want this friggin' discourse here. Also, Ashen Dice. I do not know why you're not showing up on the chat, but I see you. I see you. Thank you very much for lurking. What the heck? Where's the build? What are you, an AEW hater? Get out of here.
Hey, any chance you've been talking to
That's so crazy still.
Yeah. How did you know?
That's crazy just how large she is. She's so buff.
Notice anything in common about your last two opponents?
They both lost to me?
True, but they also both work the indies, like you.
So?
Candace has this thing about being seen as the best wrestler around here who came out of the independent scene. Someone new comes in, she talks up ring work and brutal finishes above all else. And those brutal finishes, the more the other indie darlings take each other out, the more Candace can stand tall as the indie queen.
So, Candace is using me?
Big yep, unfortunately.
No.
She even talked up about how she used to train wrestlers on the indies. Heard that before too. Honestly, I'm not sure why Candace holds on to her indie street cred so hard. It's something to be proud of for sure, but she takes it to a pretty extreme level, trying to eliminate all competition.
I'm angry she manipulated me. Bad bitch. Let's go.
Honestly, knowing that she's been manipulating me like this makes me pretty angry. I've been taking her at her word that she's been trying to help me.
It makes me angry too. I mean, I came from the indies, and I don't manipulate people. At least not in that way.
No, you don't. Not unless it's over oatmeal.
Over what they're doing now. If someone was talking about my indie work as opposed to what I've accomplished in WWE, yeesh. Don't say stuck in the past. You're here to build your future. Anyway, Something to think about when you're dealing with Candace.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Cool. Hey, Candace. I've been thinking about my next match. With all your wonderful guidance, I'm ready to really do the work. Oh, that's great. And I have a fantastic idea for your next opponents. I promise you my idea is even better. The match will be extremely impactful and allow me to work through some frustrations in the ring. I'll be facing you. "60 minutes? No. No. We're not doing 60 minutes, chat. We're doing 10. Why would... Look at this. Why would they give you the choice to do 60 goddamn minutes? Well, this is how we're going to get to the 5-hour mark. Okay. Hold on, chat. Let me see if I can get someone on the horn here. If I can get someone on the horn here, like my good buddy Zachary, then maybe we'll do it. Hold, please. Rest of the stream whipping her ass. Easy peasy. I'm messaging Zach right now. If I can get him on stream, then we'll do 60 minutes. You free? I got into a 60-minute Iron Woman match, and I need a co-com. Please, 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 please. If he says no, then we're doing 10 minutes, okay? Sure am. Yes! Oh, Zach, my dog. Let's do it. My fucking dog.
Oh my god, I forgot the Discord call.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Wait. What's different about it?
It's playing the spooky call thing now when you call someone.
Oh, I didn't know they did a spooky thing.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay. Say hello to Zach, chat. Say hi to Zach, chat.
Hi. Hi.
You'll be here with me for 60 goddamn minutes.
60 minutes.
It's break time. Where the heck
Candice LeRae getting put through a table. Candice LeRae getting knocked out. Candice LeRae getting submitted. All this and more on 60 minutes.
Silent Hill can also be tossed on the fire, but this
Yeah, it's like a news program. Also, Mage, thank you very much for the follow.
It didn't come anywhere near.
Thank you very much for the raid of the Long Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. You came in just in time. We're about to beat up someone for 60 goddamn minutes.
But in several spots.
Hello, Mario.
When you search for your lost daughter in the alleys, the wobbly camera and dark shadows create an amazing sense of fear and anticipation.
I was thinking of like the Simpsons Treehouse of Horrors thing, and where they do The Shining, and and he does like the breaking the wind, rather breaking the door thing in the third one. He's like, "Oh, this is more on 60 minutes." Ah! My God, we're so back. The Long Boy Club is so fucking back. We're gonna make 60 minutes entertaining, alright? We're so fucking back. Thank you very much for the raid, Mage. What did you play? And did you have fun with it, my friend? Did you have fun with it? Holy fucking shit. Okay. Oh my God, you friggin' added me on Twitter about my old PC issues.
Yes, because Dean's going through the same thing.
About the PC, about the broken PC from hell. Oh my God. It was awful.
He's going through. Yeah, he's having PC issues right now, and Jared's just like, just don't take it to Geek Squad.
Do not take it to anybody, anyone. Listen.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me,
I'm
we're
not
back,
one
my
to
dudes.
hold grudges. You know, a lot of people treated me bad throughout the years. I've forgiven them, right? I will never forgive Geek Squad for what they fucking did to me. What they did was unforgivable.
Punishable by law.
Punishable by the highest extent of the law. And that high extent is a sissy woman Iron Man match. You'll have all the time in the world to impart it when we're in the ring. I'm challenging you to an Iron Woman match. Screw imparting advice. I'll be teaching you a lesson. Bring it. Can you see the screen right now, Zach?
Yes, I can. And
Great. Gina versus Candice LeRae in an Iron Woman match. Oh, I love this matchup. I was a fan of both their careers before WWE. 60 minutes, chat.
60 minutes.
Oh my goodness gracious. The lesson will be how to get destroyed for an hour. I was about to say. I mean, Candice must be on her way to fucking TNA or like Ring of Honor or fucking Dynamite Collision some shit because she's gonna get absolutely killed here.
Oh god, I just flashed back to like old WWE games where just like, hey, optional objective, 60-minute Iron Man match. You play like Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels or some shit, and a match.
God. And it's literally a whole hour.
On the highest difficulty.
My god. 60-minute Iron Woman match on a random Raw. What is this, Dynamite?
Ayo.
Absolutely no disrespect. I would fucking kill for like two goated wrestlers in an Iron Woman match. This will not be very goated though, because we are low level and Candice LeRae is not very high on the overall totem pole. So like this is literally just gonna be us pushing Candice LeRae's shit in for like 60 minutes.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally the Ralph meme.
That's technically not even from a Simpsons episode.
Which, like, I was, like, a couple weeks ago old when I learned that was from the Family Guy and Simpsons crossover.
Yep.
We've only got 2 hours now, Triple H. Anyway, we're so back.
We're so back.
In order for this to work, I had to call the cavalry in. That cavalry being Zach.
Oh, yes. Oh, that reminds me of Logan. You know how we are having our little theory about AEW being the future Trunks, the timeline right now.
Yeah.
I thought it was like yesterday. The Dark Order and Top Flight are like the weak C fighters right now.
Yeah, they are, and they're gonna. I haven't watched Collision yet, but I can almost guarantee that they just get absolutely killed. So.
Yeah.
That like Moxley and the others just absolutely fucking kill them during and after the match.
Yeah.
60 minutes. Let's go.
Going to put it all on the line to see who can best
try to win more falls than Candice.
On the big stage.
All right.
I'm going to predict a high scoring affair.
Let's see if any music will come through for Zach.
Let's find out.
You know what? I'm just gonna let the timer count down while I look for things here.
Okay.
I've got all the time in the world here.
Literally.
Well, not literally. I have 60 minutes, but
might as well be an eternity.
Yeah. This right here is gonna be an eternity. How about Megalovania for a fucking hour, chat? Restart if you lose, Jay. Five more hours of stream coming up.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Stomps, kicks, pinfall, submissions, and broken tables. All this and more on 60 minutes. Ah!
Oh
no! I want to get back to watching the old Simpsons.
Yeah, gotta. That reminds me, Logan. I've been watching a YouTuber who covers Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
I was going, oh man, Logan doesn't play this game, but this guy's editing style would be up his alley. Just the way he edits things.
You'll have to show me it.
The username says his name is Mr. Feet.
Is Mr. Feet?
Yes.
Mr. Feet.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
I need you to send me this.
and
in order to fill time, I may as well like just put on one of the videos.
Oh, okay.
I might put on one of the videos just to fill time.
Yeah. He likes to do unique challenge runs, things like can you beat Genshin Impact only using this character? I like to do those type of videos. Let me look for him.
We need to find something that's like up my alley. We need to find like something that's like topically up my alley.
Am I topical?
Well, you're someone that I can just kind of insert into anything, I feel like. You know?
Logan. You know, it's the best part, and I've only not just made this discovery while I was watching this new video. I was just like, oh, this guy's a wrestling fan by certain memes he uses.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
How can you tell?
I am going to timestamp the newest video, like send it to you.
Okay. Oh my god, possum pin. 1, 2. Nah, come on. I'm gonna get to like a certain point in this, and then I'm gonna probably let it run while we do something else for a couple minutes.
Okay. Happy.
So chat, how are you all doing? Have you watched any good wrestling lately?
By the way, Logan, I guess just to give it some kind of relevance, because I was looking at like my YouTube feed. Apparently, the whole BCC stuff happened for some reason on Battle of the Belts.
Oh.
Yeah.
I only get to watch Twitter clips and WWE PLEs. Is that because you have a Peacock account?
Toss back into the ring.
I'll watch some of them. Like, I watched SummerSlam. I watched some of King of the Ring. I watched some of Bash in Berlin. So on and so forth.
In Berlin.
AEW is the only one I, like, religiously watch. That just kind of, you know... that's the style that appeals to me the most. So that's just kind of what I'm into.
He even watches Rampage. I'm not sure he watches Rampage.
I've not watched Rampage in a while.
That's gonna hurt.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble there, but I've not watched Rampage in a while.
Yeah, I can't say it.
It's mostly lower mid-card stuff, which, you know, that's fine. But, like, it's not really what I want.
Yeah, it's like what Nelson says to us. It's basically Sunday Night Heat of AEW.
It is basically like Heat. Which, you know, I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with Heat. There's nothing wrong with Heat, brother dude Jack. But...
nothing wrong getting heat.
Brother dude Jack. Okay, now stall for 54 minutes. I don't think we need to stall for 54 minutes. My Hero Academia fan.
Oh, who are you?
44.
Are you me?
Thank you for following. You're now a member of the Lonely Club for life. How are you? We're over here pushing in Candice LeRae's shit for 54 fucking minutes. Look at this. 3 3 in the span of like a minute.
I don't have to put my hooves on the controller.
I do kind of want to get to a point where I can just put down the controller and see what happens. Just see how long it takes for the CPU to catch up. Because right now I'm absolutely bodying her.
Yeah, is that will you hold on to the victory, or will you blow it like or will it be like a 28-3 type thing?
It'd be like, listen. If it comes down to like 5 minutes and we're like 20 and 20 apiece and I can't pin her, I'm gonna be so sad.
It's a draw!
My sadness will be immeasurable. My sadness is gonna be immeasurable if it comes down to that. Alright, let's try to pin her. Let's see what happens.
1, 2, 3.
Really? Okay, well now I just want to see what moves I can get a pin off of. I want to see what moves I can get a pin off of, because
it's like
there's
every type of pin.
Listen, this right here is a good place for workshopping new finishes. You know? Getting pins with everything. Listen, we gotta make her look strong, brother.
Yeah.
We gotta make her look strong, pal. No way!
Man, talk about complete burial.
How about this? 1. No!
Yeah, 1!
Look at this, just what a barrage of stops. Knee strike connects. More attacks up there could leave her severely impaired.
Alright, cool. Head trauma. We gave her CTE. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3.
Bro.
Expected that
one. No, fuck you. Count, Charles.
Stop the damn match.
We might need to stop this one. There's like 51 minutes left, Byron. Calm down.
Okay, yeah, look, I got curious and looked. They put the BCC match on Battle of the Belts for some reason.
Well, I mean, if you want people to watch, Brett Sean should have been like this instead of a tie. And what, like where like Brett just pushes Sean shit in for like 60 minutes?
He had me in the first half, not gonna lie.
He had me in the first half, not gonna fucking lie, brother. No, really! I just did 5 shots to her! Okay, how about this? Can I get a pin off that?
Look, I wish you had like the Chris Jericho cocky pin.
Ah, same. Go for the high score. No, get out of here!
Man, it's gonna be like 100-0 at this series.
I want it to be like, dude, like like apparently the thing is that Candice talks about being like the best on the indies, right? She has not been the best in the past 15 minutes at anything, rather in the past 10 minutes at anything.
You're
That's
gonna
crazy.
destroy her. You're gonna destroy her whole wrestling career right here.
I was about to say, everything is like, like imagine you're going to Raw and this is the match you get.
It's like the main event.
It's just Gina bodying Candice for 15 minutes, or rather for like 60 minutes. Again, she's probably on her way to like TNA or something, because like, on her way to TNA, or Ring of Honor, or fucking, fucking Dynamite and Collision. In AEW, because like, there's absolutely no way that like this right here is a... No! No way. Is she about to get one?
Come on.
Nah. Yeah, Zach, give me like the YouTube channel you were talking about. I think that would be.
I sent you.
Okay. Pin. Had to go 32-0, Stev. We got like Undertaker streak this shit. Here. Pin. That's the finish. 1. No! I mean, like, listen. A pin after that would have been like bullying, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how about now? Is that it? Is that good enough? 1, 2.
Oh! Hey,
No
look
way.
at
What?
Hey, look at Charles Robinson's game of workout today.
Yeah, I was about to say. Meanwhile, Charles Robinson's like, I'm over here watching a murder.
Yeah, work
Pin.
those hands. 1, 2. Oh yeah, waning moments indeed.
The waning moments of the match. Corey Graves says, not knowing that there's 47.5 minutes left. Corey Graves says, naively.
Yeah, this match is almost over, right? That bro, less than 20 minutes.
Yeah. Wait, no. No.
Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
She's about to steal Gira's shit. That's an insult right there.
Is this what we call a hope spot?
Poison Rana! Now listen, if you don't go for the pin after that. No, you're not. That's some indie-rific shit right there, yes.
Ah, yeah, comeback. She's only down by 12.
She's down by 12 points. We gotta go for 50-0. With how this is going, it may be close to the 50-0. Listen, chat, what are you gonna do if I do 50-0? It's got... Sun's gotta be in it for me.
Look, you gotta get to the funny number.
Chat, what if I get to 69?
Your hands are out.
One punch and then that's it! You'd clap. Like
Yeah.
multiple claps or like a solitary clap? Like one clap. It's like, well done.
The golf clap right now. Man, this is what wrestling is all about.
I was about to say. How the heck is there not a single person walking out of this right now?
Nah, these people just want to watch a like murder happen.
Yeah, they do. These people fucking hate Candice LeRae. 68 applause. Alpha 69 single clap. Although it has to be like please to
Yeah! Let's go!
no way. That's so dumb. That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
Man, that would be the easiest pinfall of all time.
She like misses a springboard. She falls on her booty. I push her down and then pin her, and then that's a point.
You know that's the equivalent of Logan. That's the equivalent of Samoa Joe getting a 3 count when someone does the dive miss.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. It would be that. Oh my god.
He's right over here. The traffic style.
Gina just punching Candice in the head and going for pins is so funny.
kicks here. Candace is getting the window shut.
It's so funny.
Look, it's gonna be so funny when after the match you're gonna be like, "Yeah, good job out there. It was a close competitive match." Let's get it after.
Slides right in. Mrs. Gargano escape. This Iron Man match will continue no matter what happens here, but could pick up a fall. Man, just trying to...
Could pick up a fall. Yeah. In the 16-0 deficit. But no, like Gina. Gina just punching Candace and then pinning is so funny. I don't know. I think my favorite so far is her missing a springboard, Gina pushing her down, and then going for the pin.
Man, you're just burying her 10 feet under.
And not only going for the pin, but actually, like, making it stick.
Man, you're making Hulk Hogan blush.
I was about to say. I mean, Shotzi was all like, you wouldn't book me in TBD because you didn't like me, you didn't think I was good enough. And we were making Hogan jokes. And I'm just like, you know what? Maybe there's some actual truth to that. Because why would Candace completely just, like, not object to this? You know? This is like a complete burial.
Gonna make a fool out of you.
That is genuinely what's happening, though.
She's gotta retire from wrestling after it is.
I want a real company to book this. I got that creative control, Pegasister. That's so good. Come on. Get out of here. Oh, hey, okay.
No sign of hesitation.
Oh, well, I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad that Candace is finally cooking at the 18-0 deficit.
It's fine. You're hurt more than her, but yet you have more victories.
The thing is, anytime you pin someone in these matches, right? They gain back some of their body durability. So like, it's like she could be at red, but once I pin her, she'll be at orange for everything. Like this, yes. 3, yes.
Yeah, okay, back to orange.
I really just want to punch her again. I just
punch him.
Punch connects. And LeRae looking worse for wear as this match continues. LeRae's had.
Oh yeah, she's looking worse for wear, all right. Somehow Candace has done real damage despite this. Yeah, like I have red head and body right now. 3.
Woo! Let's go, baby.
Hell yeah. I love the axe handles.
Boot to the gut will stop anyone in their tracks. Punch lands. And Candace finding herself in less than ideal circumstance. Shoulders down.
Less than ideal is right. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, baby.
I want to get to 69. Got it, Charles. Really?
Oh.
I tell you, I thought she was done there.
She could have been.
Everything is done here. Yes. No real Fed has the guts to bury a talent this bad, LMAO. No, they don't. And you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad. Pinned off stomps.
1,
Pinned off stomps.
2,
3.
Yeah.
Big forearm. A steady stream of moves taking.
They're trading of blows now. Fight forever.
That was the halfway point.
Fight forever.
Each exchange just sapping the energy from these two.
Fight forever.
Haymakers on autopilot right now.
Oh, you screwed up. Oh my god. Mash, are you a masher? Yes, you are. I thought both of you were gonna fall over or something.
Oh, this is so much fun to watch.
Sitting power bomb.
The
1,
Batista bomb.
2, 3. I need a Mox versus Mahal Iron Man match to happen and look like this. Gender sweep. You could have that now. So.
Why? Look at why Jinder Mahal should win the
WWE
title.
Why Shinsuke Nakamura needs to beat Dolph Ziggler or something like that?
Why Shinsuke Nakamura needs to beat Dolph Ziggler at Backlash?
2. Why? Here's why.
Here's why. I did the whole slap thing.
Yeah. Look at this deficit. 1, 2, 25-0.
25, number 25.
And she still fails to extend.
Oh man, I'm not sure we'll actually able to reach 69.
I'm gonna try my best, chat. 1, 2, 3. I can imagine going to Raw and this is what you see.
What the hell is this?
What the fuck is this booking, Vince? Oh wait, Vince isn't at the pen anymore.
Come on, Paul. Why are you booking this?
Yeah, why? Why are you booking this match? Really? 26-0. That's when you employ rope breaks. Okay.
Charles.
Again. Like there's no wrestling here. It's just Candace getting beat up.
Just murder.
It's just murder for like 60 minutes.
Late in the match, she scores a fall.
Late in the match, yes. Okay, how about this?
And she thwarts the pin attempt in 1. Wow.
Triple H like, here, you wanted more women on air. That I did.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Oh yeah, that's right. You still have commercial breaks. Candace Singer being like, this is bullshit.
This is fucking bullshit.
Holy shit!
She's gonna turn to like the Iron Sheik or something.
Fuck!
Fuck!
Okay. Again.
Fucking bullshit!
1, 2, 3.
I just love the idea that she misses moves, and then that's how she gets the pin. Again.
1, 2, 3.
Wow.
Oh,
1.
1. Oh, 1.
Aw. That doesn't work for me, brother.
She finally had enough.
In the driver's seat, but now she's hanging on by a thread here.
The table started to turn.
Hanging on by a thread, right, Corey. I don't think she's hanging on by anything right now.
It's like the tiniest thread of all time. It's like microscopic.
I bet she feels like that one Kermit shift right now.
It's break time.
Well, what, the one where he's falling down? You know what? I'm gonna let it run. I'm gonna let it run while Gitsy plays, and we're gonna see how far Candace gets.
And now we're going to power up the.
Oh my God, she's gonna get so far ahead.
Components: the stand, the head unit.
We gotta wait for.
The stand is packed flat.
We gotta sit here and wait for George Wood to perform surgery on a virtual boy.
For support. The head unit has got to be connected with a controller. So insert
Let me
the
see.
controller into the.
This one is
head
like
unit, and
3
you're ready
minutes.
to go. Now, take your head unit, place it into the support bracket,
Waiting
wanna
here
be
for
very
George Witt to
careful
perform
and do it
surgery on a
gently
virtual boy.
from the back.
Fucking.
So you tilt it in first, then push it down.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah,
spring in the
explain it
back
like
here
it's
that you can
quantum
push down to
physics.
open up the support bracket so it doesn't go in tightly. Release the spring, and then gently tighten it up with a tension control knob here on the side. Once you feel tension, just turn it slightly upwards until it catches. You don't need a lot of tension here. It just needs to support itself. The next thing you want to do is load in your batteries. Your batteries are in the controller on the front panel. Press the panel down, gently push it up, and your batteries will load into the slot here, 3 up and 3 down. Push it down, click it in place, and then you're ready to go. The final thing is to put your
Just
game
imagine,
cartridge
like,
into place. The game cartridge
using that
goes
many
into the
batteries for
slot
this.
underneath the Virtual Boy. Now you have to be careful when you push the game cartridge in. You want to make sure that it connects firmly all the way in the back, because if it doesn't connect properly, when you turn it on, you won't get anything. So you want to make sure that the game cartridge is in place properly, so when you turn it on, you hear it. Virtual Boy does not have a video output port because it would only send out the signal of one of the layers of the 3D graphics. Remember, the images of Virtual Boy are created by your eyes.
Your eyes!
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
That makes it sound like I'm hallucinating the Virtual Boy. Hello there, everyone. Welcome to welcome back to Raw.
With our cameras at E3. So please be aware that the images captured here do not in any way recreate the original three-dimensional elements of the game's graphics and gameplay. So far,
Is the game running while you can't see?
Pinball, Red Alarm,
Yes,
and
it
Tomorrow
is.
Boxer. So stick around and see
Like-
our ratings on all these games and more.
If it's set up how I want it to, then Candace got 3 falls, chat. She got 3 falls in all that time.
Man.
Man. What the fuck?
Get up!
I'm wondering how many of those are count out.
Probably all of them.
Thrown back in under the ropes.
All right. Let's let the bodying continue. 3 falls because Gina pulled out her phone to watch Kitsy.
For a moment, look, I thought you were gonna click on the link or something.
I was gonna click on the link. How to beat Genshin Impact. Adventure rank 0 to 45.
After this point, the
I tried Santa because I was like, yeah, I guess all this guy's a wrestling fan.
Well, here. Let's go ahead and I'll let this let this run again for a second. I'll go ahead and I'll pull this up. Give me a second.
Draped upside down in a
Yeah, just let her have a hope spot.
By now you had 38 falls in only 32 minutes. So much wasted time.
Yeah.
32 minutes, so much wasted
3 for
time.
3.
So like, apparently this guy likes wrestling.
invest in them or not. But after this point, the only time you will get blue wishes is from ascending characters and the monthly reset. So from this point on, starting now, from this moment, this will be the moment starting now that you should only wish on the limited character.
that right there tells me that he's a wrestling fan, because there's absolutely no one outside of the insular shit that would know about the genesis of McGillicuddy.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no one outside of like my wrestling friend circles that knows about the genesis of McGillicuddy.
That's what the only wrestling fans know.
The beginning of the genesis, starting now from this moment on. It will be the genesis of McGillicuddy.
McGillicuddy.
That's fucking great, dude. Oh, yes. Yes, I love it. Okay. All good now.
Oh, a submission.
5.
Oh, that's your fifth one.
That's the 5th fall.
And
We are just over the 30-minute mark. Yeah.
Challenging Iron Man match.
And looking at the scoreboard, the outcome feels more or less settled at this point.
It sure does, Byron.
You know what, Byron? I agree. Gina fell asleep for a few minutes. She sure did. She sure did.
Nope.
Yeah, exactly. 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 Nope. Nope.
Yeah. Look at the next time. The next time it was you, and you show VOD because you would absolutely love the editing style. Oh god. Oh, 3, let's go.
Cool. All right, get up. You're not done yet. You still got half an hour left.
30 more minutes.
Right to the kidneys. Golly.
Golly is right. Man. Okay.
Look out. Oh, that's it. What a splash.
Not gonna lie, Shay, I kind of want to see if she can even catch up at this point.
There's this whole video series, or it's like can you be Genshin Impact using only the Traveler, the main character, and for the main character he calls him Goku.
He calls him Goku.
Yeah, Goku.
All right, chat. I'm gonna kind of let her. I'm gonna see if she can catch up. Okay. I'm pretty confident at this point that like we're gonna win this. Because I don't think the CPU really like has. It doesn't have the capacity that we do. You know. So I'm gonna kind of let it just run for a little bit. Meanwhile, we can talk about shit. You know?
Hell yeah.
Holy shit. But no. Let's see here. But no, like the BCC stuff happening on Battle of the Belts. I mean, like if you want people to, you know, watch it, you gotta put stuff on there that people want to see. But like if you're phasing it out, which, you know, reports indicate that they are going to phase it out here soon. I don't know why you would, you know, try and make people care about it now, right?
Yeah. Them phasing out. That's probably for the best, since 90% of the time Battle of Belts is just like
entirely skippable.
Show. Yeah.
I think that there's been like a couple of title switches there, like maybe 2, right?
Yeah.
I think there's been maybe 2, and then that's really it. That's really it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay.
And she gets a fall.
Oh boy, Chad, I think she might be able to. I was kind of expecting the CPU to be just absolutely like rock stupid with this.
I think the only time the CPU will be rock stupid is to like to keep throwing out of the ring or something.
Right, yeah.
Oh!
Although that tornado DDT, I'm pretty sure that she'll try and get me back inside the ring though. I don't think the CPU wants to take count out victories.
Nah.
We'll see though.
Oh look, submission move outside of the ring.
Wait, will this count?
She's tapping, but it doesn't matter at all in this situation.
That's so fucked though.
Yeah.
So much damage inflicted.
Wait, no. No, she will take that count out victory. Wait, no. The count out victory is right there for you. That's my speed champ.
If the CPU keeps doing this, then they're not getting another victory.
No.
Measuring. Oh, face stop.
Will the CPU be smart enough to get me back inside the ring, chat? I am dubious. After that display, I am dubious. But no, Zach, like that channel you were just talking about, what the fuck is it called? Let me see. Let's see it again.
Oh, I forgot to do it. There you go, the actual YouTube channel. Mr. Feet.
Mr. Feet.
Look at that banner icon.
Zach, what kind of channel is this?
Mainly a Genshin channel. Genshin.
Okay. Okay, she was fine with taking the count out victory, but I don't think that she's gonna get many more if she keeps that up. Wait. I want to see. I want to see if she's just gonna be fine with like just rallying up like count out victories here. No, she's not. Really? She's at 7. You're at 7 and you're just like, no.
Nah. That'll work for me, brother.
That doesn't work for me, brother.
Not done there. Just raining down punches. Stifling the opposition now.
Oh my god. Absolute brutality here.
Sicko.
Yeah. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the channel. It's mostly Genshin and Zenless Zone Zero and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh wait, she's off her phone. She's off her phone, chat. She's off her phone.
She's off her phone.
Okay, good.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, Genshin's release of like does Genshin style challenges. Like I said, like I absolutely love his editing style. The amount of jokes there is in the editing.
I'll check out his stuff a little more deeply here once we're all finished up. Starting now from this moment on. I will be a certified enjoyer of this channel, mayhaps.
Let's see. Yeah. There's like a few unique ones. Like, can you beat Genshin Impact without teleporting? Can you beat Genshin without healing? That type of shit.
Man, just trying to.
No.
She does. And a right hand, and there's the break.
Spending money on Genshin instead of medicine.
We called that an addiction, I think. Wait, what happens if I just go for another pin?
Refusing to give up even an inch of ground as this match continues.
Again, 1, 2. Okay. I don't think that she's gonna go down without more punishment. Punch, cover. 1, 2.
This is going to come down to who wants it more. Club with the right forearm.
Continue on. Okay. 1, 2, 3. You fucking
man,
disobedient.
I don't know about you, Logan, but I'm having a great time watching this.
Are you really? I really hope so. Genuinely. I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Candace finding herself in less than ideal circumstances.
The matching question.
Oh yeah, this match is fire. The match in question. Oh, come on, that would have been so well fucking put. It would have been so fucking well put, though.
Can she do it
It's chill in a squash match way.
This is great.
Good.
But no, Logan, I've also been playing Fortnite with my Billy skin from
With your Billy
Saw.
skin. Oh, he's from Saw. Okay.
Yeah, and each time, as a nice little detail, each time you kill someone with him, he does the Saw laugh, the puppet laugh thing.
I like it. Good.
Yeah.
She somehow gets the ball. She's got it. Got her shoulders down.
One.
Again.
Not down and out yet.
No, Corey, I think she is in fact out.
Okay, well, how about this? Is this out for you?
Free tickets to the gun show.
Free tickets to the what show?
The gun show. The gun show.
Oh, because Sean forgets. Okay.
And now she comes up with a score late in the match.
Lead in the match. You got 20 minutes left, Michael.
That is over halfway through, so we are getting closer.
I'm pretty sure that they have it so you can't just go for like one fall immediately after another. I think you need to do something.
They don't want it to be that easy.
I wanted to get to 69. I think we could do it.
Look, I have faith. This is your personal objective now.
Yeah. I'm on the Long Boy Club agenda here. And the Long Boy Club agenda involves this shit.
Yeah. Look, you know, you're like right now. You're like that one picture with the guy sitting back, but suddenly goes forward in his gamer chair.
Yeah.
Locked in.
Yeah, I'm locked in here.
Impact to the stomach.
Uh-oh.
Really? Well done, you got one signature off.
Someone give her a clap.
Uh-oh. I feel like that she might get the pinfall here. You know what? Clap.
Yeah.
Good job. Hell yeah. Ah! And I now have Hurdy arm.
Or Hurdy hoofs in this case.
Yeah, exactly. You got Hurdy hooves. What? What is this? Oh, corkscrew neckbreaker from the rope. You know what? Respect.
Man, that's like an AEW type move.
I was about to say. AEW.
This is more AEW than the actual AEW video game.
She stopped to taunt when she should press the advantage.
Gina took a break because 100 falls would be a squash match, obviously. Now she finishes the match with like 17 minutes to go. I honestly cannot believe that we're still doing this.
All right. And once you saw that was going to be a 6-minute Iron match, you're just like, back up. I need back up.
Yeah. I mean, like, listen. I had the option to do 10 minutes. If you weren't coming in, I would have just done 10 minutes. But I wanted to, like, see if you were up for it. And if you weren't, I would have just done the...
Oh!
Ooh!
I ain't going down like that.
It's like the most dramatic kick out, and at this point, it wouldn't even make a difference. That's it. 1, 2, a missed clothesline. Yeah, baby.
Let's go. Oh no, she dodged.
Hey, Steve, you used to watch MG64. Can you tell me what you remembered? Absolutely. I remember loud noises and stuff. That's really all I remember. I know they have like original stuff these days, but I don't really know anything about it.
Also,
I know that they like, you know, have original stuff because, you know, Nintendo's copyright and stuff. But I don't know. I know nothing about it. All I know is that they did like really like high energy meme videos at one point.
Meme.
Approved.
Approved. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
She still fights out in one.
What the fuck? Also, Zach, you were saying something. Sorry.
Oh, right. And, shoot, what was I gonna say? Brain, don't escape me now, please, Brain, I beg of you. Yeah, in other news, I trying to remember. Oh, right, me, Jared, and Dean have been watching My Hero Academia. We're already at season 4.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, so let's go.
Is that further than you and I are?
Yep.
Okay, I figured.
Uh-huh.
I figured, but I just wanted to see.
I was curious. What? No!
You fucking defiant little...
Why you little...
You defiant little... Ah!
Locked in tight. Almost a miraculous escape and a side slam. She's going.
There, pin. Pin it.
Got ref 1, 2, 3.
No, the references you're throwing at me right now, Dan, I'm sorry, I don't know them. I don't know them.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Candace starting to direct her attention towards the WWE Universe.
Now, see, I know that, but because of Simpsons, not because of Super Mario Glitch 4.
Wait, Loki, you don't know of Pingus?
I do know Pingus and Spaghetti, but I don't know their relation to Super Mario Glitch 4. You know? I know that she made lots of spaghetti and stuff, you know? And I know that all toasters toast.
They sure do.
These are common things that every member of our generation should know. You know?
Everyone should know.
These are integral to much of our culture.
Rope break. Load.
These bits of knowledge are integral to our culture, and if you don't know them, then, you know, then die.
Whoa! Okay. Then die.
Then you will die.
Die.
It's good to know YouTube poops haven't changed. Listen. If there was ever a point in where we thought that they were unfunny, we need to stop that thought now. You know? We need to stop the thought. Because CDI has never not been funny.
I mean, I could be wrong. I could be way off base, but I thought, at least at this point in the stage, YouTube poops are kind of a dying breed.
Not really. YouTube poops are still, like, a thing, but, like, you know, obviously the source material that's used for them is different. I mean, there are things that are... It's weird to say vintage. like the CDI stuff. And, to a certain extent, you know, the old Mario cartoons. But I would say that just, like, the idea of making really loud, like, edits, or, you know, just, like, really, like, high effort video edits, like, with limited content. It isn't, like, a lost art. Which YouTube poop creators, do you remember the most? None. I don't remember any.
Wow.
I'm sorry. When I was in my Peach Fuzz YouTube era phase, pin right now. That's it.
The knockout punch.
She kicks out. Somehow she's still in this matchup. It's unbelievable.
I really love the ones in where she just punches and then that's it.
Logan. I was gonna say, like, speaking of in our news, man, Loki, you got the best birthday present from Tom the Shadows.
Oh yeah, I did.
Look at what are they gonna do? Oh, right to the face.
I really, really did. All I wanted for my birthday was for Tom the Shadows to shit on Kid Rock, and that's exactly what I got. Tom the Shadows coming in clutch during during my 25th fucking birthday.
Yeah. You just saw that on your location. You're just like, oh, best birthday ever.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize how much of a tool Kid Rock had become. Well, he was always like, you know, just kind of, you know, skeezy and weird and stuff. But like, you know, in just recent times, he's become a big laughingstock, especially.
Logan, remember we were going to SummerSlam last year and we found out, I was like, hey, Kid-Rock's gonna be at SummerSlam. We grows like,
I was just like, who in 2024 wants this, genuinely?
Please, no Kid Rock concert, please, I beg of you.
I was about to say, we do not need a Kid Rock concert at wrestling in the year of our Lord 2024.
And then we read the sigh relief when it's just him in the opening package.
Give me The Weeknd at WrestleMania every single year over Kid Rock if that's the fate that must be dealt. Because I actually like The Weeknd's music. So,
ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd.
The Weeknd. The Weeknd.
Ooh, I don't know, Logan. I think it's gonna get very hard to get to 69.
I want it, though. I want it so bad, Zach. Deadlift. A vulgar display of power, Pantera style. No.
But no, look. Speaking of wrestling, like I was thinking about this, like you know, Dark Order and challenging the BCC. I'm just like, man, it's almost kind of depressing how Dark Order basically jobbers now.
Oh. I mean, yeah, that's what they are.
Yeah.
It is a little sad in a way, but you know, there's a part of me that's given up on the Dark Order dream. Sad to say.
So, okay, I maybe have to, but our tough play in that.
It's almost time for a 20 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
I guess it just depends on who you ask, you know? Speaking of who you ask, if you ask me, it's time for...
break time.
No, the Cheetos
Where the heck's
break.
the Cheetos, my dudes?
We'll let the match roll. Raw rolls on after this. Because Candace is not getting back. So...
Psygnosis offers
again!
Formula One racing.
Second time this stream, so similar that once again we question why this genre is so popular. We have yet to see any tracks that blow us out of our chairs. No huge loops, no gigantic ramp launches, no driving through waterfalls, nothing imaginative. These games are supposed to be fun first and simulation second. Where's the creativity? Why not have a game where you have to find and drive to the hospital before your wife delivers her baby? Now that would be fun. Rather than compete against other racers, you have to obey arrested by keeping below the speed limit, obeying right-of-way laws, and not tailgating. Any foul-up can cops will pull you over. The best part is that you don't know how to get to your location. You have to read the road signs and hope you explore in the right direction. Anyway, Formula One has nice colorful graphics and a large number of tracks, 17 to be exact, but it's still a jar, folks. A jar all the way. I've almost memorized the whole thing. I need to memorize the silence. Oh my god. Ah! How much longer in this match? Chief. How much more? How much more is there, dog? I'm trying to... I'm waiting for Gitsy to
Om
have its
nom nom.
moment.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
13? How'd that happen?
What the hell happened?
I don't
Yeah,
feel
she
like
must have
that
been-
69 is gonna be something, but we did get to 50. We did get to 50, chat.
Yeah. That's like a half.
Yeah, that's like half of 100. That's how many points you need. You need 13. I mean, like, listen. 56 plus 13. Chat, you know what that equals? 69.
I'll say who are you, Scott Steiner?
Yeah. How about this, chat? I'll meet you halfway, okay? Meet you halfway. No! No! I can't meet you halfway anymore!
Yeah, I say, look, what are you hoping to accomplish with that?
Mike, I was hoping to keep it. I was hoping to keep the total number of points in this 269, but now that's not possible.
You ruined everything, Candace!
You ruined everything! You know what? You want to score points that bad? Fine. I'm out. I'm out the match. 4 minutes. It's all on you.
I'm gonna go backstage.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna walk out. Yeah, this is like a random episode of Raw here, right? This isn't even like on pay-per-view. So, it's
Thank
just
God.
60-minute Iron Woman match on Raw, where it's 56-14.
So, man, why isn't this match on pay-per-view? Oh, that's why.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why.
But Logan, have you been enjoying your stay on the Blue Sky?
I have, actually. I'm on Blue Sky more now, too, guys. It feels way less high stakes, I feel like. It feels like there's less negative stuff there. At least for now.
I don't feel like you're walking on mine for the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's as many, like, you know, bots or, like, weird porn things or crypto scams on there. Once you make a Blue Sky, go follow me on Blue Sky, because I'm on Blue Sky. Did I say I'm on Blue Sky? I'm on Blue Sky. What?
And the best part, chat, you can join for free without having to get any codes now.
Yeah, exactly. It's been like that for 6 months, I think, now. But, like, especially, like, with the new stuff that, like, Twitter's trying to do, like, you know, with changing the block feature and making it so that you need to, like, you're stuck with contributing to their shitty chat GPT ripoff.
What if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Ho ho ho, delightfully devilish, homunculus.
Me when I'm trying to make mac and Cheetos at home, but I just go to Burger King instead.
She throws her back in.
Man, yeah, remember, Logan, by agreeing to their terms of service, they're allowed to use you for AI stuff, AI
That's true.
training.
That's true. I think that Pirate Software has the best take on how to use that technology, right? And what I mean by that, also, yes, Sax. I am on Blue Sky, in fact. I am on Blue Sky. I'm so lazy, I barely even have a Twitter. That's probably good.
Yeah.
It makes me happy I never open a Twitter account. Keep it that way. It's okay. You're not missing out on much, Dan.
I had a dream that you wanted you do would you could you do you want to you could do so you could you want him to do so much you could do anything.
Yes, homunculus. Yeah.
But no, Logan, what was the take they had?
The take was that it works when, like, everyone involved, you know, is able to, for one thing, give consent to it, and, you know, like, when they know exactly what they're in for, right?
Like James Earl Jones.
And he thinks that, like James Earl Jones. Like, that is an example of, like, you know, being able to use, you know, his likeness because, you know, he, like, paid for it and stuff like that. And, you know, like, that's kind of how it was, like, with, like, the voices that we would commonly see, like, in Major League Gaming edits, right? The voices in those are provided by people who, like, you know, gave their consent to have their voices used in that fashion long before, you know? And they were paid for it. He thinks it works best that way, and that's where we'll ultimately head, but right now it's like the Wild West, right?
Yeah.
And where it's just like, you know, anything goes and shit like that. I still think that it is weird that James Earl Jones actually sold the rights to his voice before his death. I mean, if he got bank off of it and he thinks that that's a good trade-off, cool. You know? Cool. I mean, get the bag, I guess. Go and get that bag, James.
Hey, Locker Room, look how I destroyed that person.
I was about to say, what is Candice LeRae doing in the Impact Zone? Next week. What's Candice LeRae doing in Dynamite? Great match on Raw tonight. If you can, check out Gina's victory over Candice LeRae. Some excellent ring work on display. At what time? At what timestamp?
Knew this is gonna happen.
Can you timestamp that for me, dude? I need it. An impressive show against Candice. Even undertaking a match of that length is quite a challenge. Congratulations. Well, you know what? In 3 weeks, we showed that she is a specialist with tentacle wrestling, of hard shoot style, and of workhorse stuff. Gina's multifaceted. You stick her into anything and she will show up and show out. She is the best. Was it the first punch to the head, the second, or the 14th? Yes. Oh my god. Okay. Cool. We've been going at this for 5.5 hours. That's about as long as I kind of want it to go, honestly. Maybe a little bit longer.
We are so back.
We're so back, chat. Before we go, we need to distribute points. Now, in the event that we need to do a submission match again.
I don't want to make the same mistake last time.
Yeah, exactly. 81 overall. So, chat, did I at least make that fun, or was that just really tedious? I want your opinion.
Be honest.
I was about to say, be honest. Was that fun, or did that just suck? It was funny, yes. Good. Okay, good. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Actually, no, don't just say that because I want to hear it. No, it's fine.
I was like, whoa, look.
Whoa, don't just say that because I want to hear it.
Yeah.
No, I'll take it at that. I had a great time.
Love me, Long Boy family.
Who said anything about loving you?
Oh.
Who said anything about loving you, homunculus? Me if you insist. Oh my god. Ow. Jesus Christ. Okay. I need to get up and stretch. I suddenly have pain in my lower abdomen. Oh my god. I'm good. I'm good.
That took a lot out of me.
That took a shitload out of me, and I was just sitting over here just...
I'm just happy we have ad revenue for so I get a Cheetos budget.
I don't think that was mentioned in the stipulations. I mean, if that's how it was, then who am I to argue with it?
It's on like the tiny words.
It's like the finest of print.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's about time we raid out to someone, chat. This was incredible. This was a very fun stream back. We'll be back next week with more of this, and we'll be test running the new kind of setup that I have in mind, and where we'll be kind of alternating between two things. We'll start out with more of this, and then after that, we will be going straight into something a little more chill, maybe more cookie clicker, maybe more web fishing, I believe is what it's called. Whatever it is I decide on, it's going to be like a secondary thing that we do for the second half of the stream. Something a bit more chill, something a bit more relaxed, something I can kind of chat with you guys a little more over and not be as focused on the game. So yeah, again, thank you everyone so much. This was so much fun. It's great to be back. It's great to be back doing this. Holy fucking shit.
He's back and better than ever.
I'm back. And better than ever. I'm so happy you're back. And I'm happy that you guys showed out here. This was incredible. Who the heck are we gonna raid? Let's see here.
That's a good question.
Oh my god, you can search more people. You can search people on here now. In the friggin' tab, and you can sort by category. Oh my god. Oh my
and
freaking
this
god.
And this is a comedy?
Yeah. Who'd have thunk it? Wow. Okay. Well, one thing is that Mr. Cool was gonna raid into me. But let's go raid into him, actually.
Yeah, that's it. Not if I raid to you first.
Wait, can I like wait, is this how raids work now? Raid income. Okay, cool. Chat. Thank you so much once again for coming on in here. If you've not done so already, I would really appreciate a follow on the channel. It means a lot. Check out my socials as well. Right there on my card, actually, if you want. I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on Twitter, I'm on YouTube. I have a Discord server as well. You will find all of that on my card. Join the Discord server, in fact. We have watch-alongs on there every week. Right now, we are doing watch-alongs of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. We are continuing it tomorrow with
Season 8.
With more of Season 8. We have 4 episodes that we're going to do tomorrow, so make sure to join us for that. And again, just make sure to follow the Twitch channel because I will be back next week with more of this and something a bit more chill. I don't know what that is yet. We'll figure it out then. Again, thanks, Zach, for joining me for the Iron Woman match. That would have been really lame if you weren't here.
No problem. At least I got to show you peak.
You did show me peak. Yes.
Peak comedy wrestling. With the Genesis of McGillicuddy.
The Genesis. From this moment on, it will be the Genesis of McGillicuddy.
The way he sped up.
Yeah, I know. It's great. Anyways. Yeah, we're gonna raid in to Mr. Cool. Right there is it. Long Boy Club Love, as always. If you are subbed, then this is what you are going to put in there. Right, chat? That right there is what you're going to put in there. Let me put it there. That. So yeah, let me see what happens when I start raid. If stream just ends, then it was nice knowing you. I'll see you next week. Bye. Oh, wait.
Hello, Mario.
All right, cool. We're gearing up. Hey, Alex, you came in right at the end. We're raiding out to Mr. Cool right now. Holy fucking shit. Oh, I'm tired. Go hugs. Bye. I'm a copy the thing that I posted above you, and we will see you next week, everyone. Bye. Go.